So do we know if the little plug here is working? If this one works? Do we know?
Now, the other cable, there's an HDMI cable coming out of that podium. Is that one line?
It's the wrong hole anyway. Right there.
All right, that's good. Okay, we just use the HDMI. Yeah, we plugged the laptop in over there. Here's the deal. Staff table 1 and 2 are nothing. I'm gonna miss some stuff. Hold on. You have any questions for Jay?
Huh?
So what?
And it's the other side. It's right here. Oh, I don't want to use mine. Switch user. So you're not logging in under my profile.
Yeah. Okay, we ready to get going? No. Huh? Well, that's just tough, buddy.
There's a law, something.
Rhonda, is there any additions to the agenda? What?
There are no additions, however, I do want to announce now and again during public session that we're pulling 5G as in girl from the consent calendar per the
5G.
department's request.
Okay, 5G. Oh, there it is, okay. Okay, County Council, will you read in items for the record for the closed session, please?
Yes, Chairman, there are several items for your consideration during closed session today. The first is conference with your labor negotiators. The agency designated representative is Adrian Caleb, and the employee organization is All Unit. That's under Government Code Section 54957.6. You have one anticipated litigation case. There's some significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Paragraph 2, Subdivision D. You have two anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation under the same government code, but Paragraph 4 of Subdivision D. You have two real property negotiation conferences with your agency negotiator, Eric Fleming, the county administrative officer. One of the properties deals with APN number 059-200-004 on Road 432 in Bass Lake. Under negotiations is the price, term, and conditions of the sale of that particular APM. The other real property negotiation deals with APN parcel number 013-120-000, and the address has been provided on Gateway Drive in Madera. Under negotiations, there is instruction regarding price and terms with your agency negotiator, the county administrative officer.
In regards to that, I have no financial interest in 900 North Gateway, but I own and operate a business at 324 North Gateway. It's over 500 feet away, but it's right down the street. Is there any conflict of interest with that?
Well, without disclosing what we'll actually be discussing about, if we talk about the price and the terms and how it might impact the general surrounding of that place, there's an exemption that says if it affects all of the area together, then there's an exception that you wouldn't have a particular conflict, but without knowing exactly what we're talking about, the impact on your business, I would say no. However, if you want to be most careful, then you can come out during that conversation, or we can do a little bit more analysis before we have that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Great idea, yeah.
And there are 6 performance evaluations of several department directors under Government Code Section 54957. The title of those positions are Director of Social Services, the County Librarian, the Animal Services Director, the Director of Public Works, the Director of Community and Economic Development, and your County Administrative Officer. Thank you.
Okay, is there any public comment on the closed session items? Seeing none, we'll go into closed session, come back out at 10 o'clock. Off. Now it's on. We'll get the meeting going, and please turn off your cell phones if you have them on. And is there any, oh. Is there any, anything to report out of closed session, which we didn't get finished? We'll finish after the regular meeting.
Chairman, there are no reportable actions from this portion of closed session.
Okay, thank you. Is there any one that the supervisors have they want to open and close in memory of? Seeing none. I haven't got any either. Invocation would be by Pastor Roger Leach and from the Valley West Christian Center. And Tracy, you want to lead the flag salute? Thank you.
This morning, I'd like to give you a couple of scriptures found in Isaiah in chapter number 41, verse number 18. It says, I will open the rivers on bare heights and the fountains in the midst of the valleys. I will make the wilderness a pool of water and the dry land springs of water. And in verse number 20 says that man may see and know and consider and understand together that the hand of the Lord has done this and that the Holy One of Israel has created it. I'm also reminded today, my Muslim brothers, that this is called Blessed Eid, that it's the Muslim festival of sacrifice, which is like a Christmas, the first day of Christmas. It's also the festival of sacrifice that we understand and we remember that God provided a sacrifice for all of us. So with that, I'd like to open our meeting. Our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks today that we are all created as one. And we can celebrate your love and your acceptance of each and every one of us. I pray that over our community, that we will continue to consider you the one that has watched over us, blessed us, and given us liberty and the pursuit of happiness in our life. Lord, I pray your blessings over our community, and I pray blessings over this meeting today as we gather together as a county to again work and to come together as one. And I pray that in your name, amen.
Okay, ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Roger and Tracy. What are we going to do about the 125th? We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. You get it working?
Yeah, she's just got to pull
Oh.
it real quick.
Sarah comes through again. Anyway, this is our 125th anniversary birthday for Madera County. So we're honoring the past, embracing the present, and looking ahead to the future. There it is. Great job. While people travel from all over the world to see Yosemite National Park, few are aware of the numerous places to explore right here in Madera, along the Sierra Vista Scenic Byway, for sure. How many's been on the Scenic Vista Byway up there? Come on, I want to see more hands. Jeez. It's so beautiful, and there's just some views as good as Yosemite. So if you got time, go up there and drive around it. It's really neat. There's nearly 100 miles through the high country. The byway takes travelers through the Sierra National Forest. Along the byway, one can hike, backpack, and camp. The route starts either on Road 225 in North Fork or in Oakhurst Sky Ranch Road. And you can make the whole loop. You can do it in one day at 4 or 5 hours, but just driving medium speed and stuff and see all the beautiful things. I'll tell you, it's just unbelievable. Public comment. Item number 4.
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session is set aside for members of the public to comment on any item within the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. Items presented under public comment may not be discussed or acted upon by the board at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public is invited to comment at the time the item is called for consideration by the board. Any person addressing the board under public comment will be limited to a 3-minute presentation to ensure that all interested parties have an opportunity to speak. Any handouts to the board must be submitted to the chief clerk of the board for distribution to the supervisors. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium. Also, all persons addressing the board may state their name and county residence for the record.
Good morning, Bill. How are you?
Pretty good. You all know where I'm from, don't you?
Yeah, I know where you're from, but I got to ask you something. What's happening Thursday?
What is happening Thursday?
Right, the 23rd.
Well, I'll be 90 years old. One thing is happening.
Yeah, his birthday, so give him a big hand. He's 90 years old. It's this coming Thursday. Happy birthday,
My
Bill.
daughter's throwing a big party for me. It's going to be on Saturday, but I told her, I said, why don't you just wait till I'm 100 and throw a big party? So anyway, I have to press this. Can you hear me? I'm on this mic.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, touch.
You're fine.
You're good. Okay. Well, anyway, what I'm here about, they had another bad wreck out on 17 and 27 yesterday. I went by there and two cars really mangled, and I don't know how bad the people were hurt. They were still there. They had an ambulance. I don't think it got there yet, but I've asked you guys before. We need a four-way stop sign there or a light, and there's been there've been people killed there since I lived there, and there's been a lot of wrecks, especially, and that's a death trap in the wintertime when it's foggy. You pull up there, and them cars, as you know, most people don't slow down in the fog, and they are driving like 65 miles an hour. Of course, they're not now on 27 because they got it blocked off. I mean, well, they might be coming from the north, but anyway, you can't go north on it because of that high-speed rail, but right now. But anyway, that's a death trap in the wintertime. You pull up there, you can't see, and you can't, I try to roll down my window to see if I can hear, but if a car is running 65 miles an hour, you're not going to hear them coming. And I know Mike Padilla was telling me his son almost got killed there in the fog. So it's a death trap, and I was hoping that they could put up a four-way stop sign or a light there, and I don't see why they can't. But I'd be willing to pay for part of it myself if they, because I got a little money out of the high-speed rail for what I sold them. I could contribute to it.
You could contribute to it. Ahmad, did you hear that okay? Can you look into that for us? Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
That's Bill Purcell from Madera here.
Yeah, I forgot Bill Purcell, Madera, California.
90 years old this Thursday.
Be 90 years old.
See you on Saturday at the party.
Yeah. Also, we got any other public comment? I've got one. I should have had Roger. Roger already left too, didn't he? Bob Winslow, who used to work for us, he's fighting cancer right now, and I think we all take a moment just for have him in our thoughts and pray for him. So he's a great guy, worked for us many years, and he's going like mad. So just a couple of seconds for Bob Winslow. Thank you, and I think you're getting a card for us, right?
Yes.
So we can all sign it?
Yes, there's one up in the office for everyone's signature.
Okay, thank you. And then other public comment, last Thursday, I had my monthly Air Board meeting, and they gave us a report on the wildfires that we're having here in California. And this is one of the fires. That's just a one-day report of how much smoke and PM5 and PM10 is out there, just in the red. That's a whole day. And this is what it regularly is down here, that little blue. You can't always see it out there. But I just want to read it. Emissions and public health impact from wildfires overwhelm all stationary and mobile sources all combined. And one of these, one day, will put as much pollution out as the cars and stationary motors do for the whole year. And this year, so far, from January 1st to August the 12th, we've had 726,000 acres burnt. And last year, January through December, the whole year, only 505,000. And we still got, half a year to go. So it's really ugly out there. If you're up in the mountains, please be careful. So, okay, item number 5.
Chairman, we do have a video that you wanted to show today under public
that's
comment.
right. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, we do. Public comment, our video. Can you play it?
Hello, I'm Chris Morrill, the Executive Director of the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada, the GFOA. I'm very pleased to announce that the County of Madera has won the GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year 2017 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or CAFR. This is your first year winning the certificate, which demonstrates a commitment to making financial reports available to the public in a manner that is organized, readable, and transparent. I want to congratulate Todd Miller on his office's accomplishment, as well as Eileen Christensen and all of the people involved in the preparation of the CAFR. At GFOA, we believe that meeting the high standards required to win a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting is a mark of distinction of which you should be very proud. In fact, by winning the award, the County of Madera joins with only 31 other counties in the state of California that have won this prestigious award. This represents just over half of all of the counties in California. To learn more about GFOA, about this award and our other award programs, please go to gfoa.org. Thank you, and congratulations again on this impressive achievement.
Thank you, Todd Miller. I seen that the other day, and I decided that the public should see that, and it should be on our record forever, showing that what our staff and Todd has done since he's come in as our auditor for Madera County. So thank you very much, Todd. Okay, number 5, consent calendar.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the consent calendar, we need to pull item 5G as in girl, that's doc number 4304 per the department's request. And then we just got another request to pull item 5L as in Larry, doc number 4311. Both those have been requested to be pulled per the department's request.
And pulled for good or bring them later?
They did not give me a time specific to continue those.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Any from the public? Seeing none, what's your pleasure?
Second.
Okay, push your button. No, up there.
We're on to 6A now.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Okay. And Brett seconded.
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. It's 10:30, so we're going to move across item 6. We'll go to item 7.
Okay, 7A, Assessor's Department, presentation of proclamation recognizing the Assessor's Office for the completion of the 2018-2019 assessment roll turn. Whereas the Assessor's Office provides a vital service to the citizens of Madera County through the fair and balanced assessment of all property, both personal and real, for property tax purposes. And whereas property tax proceeds provides funds for our school districts, incorporated cities, special districts, and the Madera County General Fund. And whereas the 25 people of the Assessor's Office are responsible for valuing more than 37,000 homes, 800,000 acres of farm and rangeland, and $1,280,836,994 worth of business assets for 2017-18. And whereas only 52 valuation appeals were filed out of 6,287 appraisals, representing 0.82% for work performed by the Assessor's Office. And whereas the department has initiated an award-winning Gold Star Service Award recognizing outstanding government service delivered by members of this department. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Madera County Board of Supervisors that we recognize and extend appreciation to the dedicated and skilled staff of the Assessor's Office, and hereby proclaim the week of August 20th through the 24th, 2018 as Madera County Assessors Department Week. And be it further proclaimed that the Madera County Board of Supervisors requests that all school districts, police and sheriff's departments, fire departments, Madera and Chowchilla City Council join us in recognizing the vital contribution made by the Assessor's Office employees to the support of all local government jurisdictions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gary Sabanda, Madera County Assessor. Over the past 4 years, the work of the men and women of the Assessor's Office has resulted in producing a record tax roll in each consecutive year. culminating in the 1819 tax roll value of $14,276,893,151. The county has averaged an annual percentage increase of 5.25 during that period of time. During that same period of time, the number of disputes over the valuations by our taxpayers have consistently declined. The office has annually underspent our budget and returned to the general fund over that same 4-year period of time approximately $500,000, proving that these people are achieving the goals of our office, which is, number one, provide the highest quality customer service to the people that we serve, and number two, do our work in the most efficient and effective methods possible. I'm extremely proud of the work of the people and how they produce the work of our office. I feel they are everyone completely deserving and worthy of the recognition from this proclamation. I appreciate the board's action on this matter, and furthermore, I'd like to invite all of you for a little cake in celebration of the achievement of the assessor's office following your meeting. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding this item.
Any questions from the board members?
Very good, Gary.
Yeah, very good. How many parcels are in Madera County?
A little less than 60,000, I believe, or maybe a little over, right around 60,000.
I'd heard before it was like 64,000, but
Yeah, it's probably close to that.
Okay.
May I ask the members of the assessor's office to maybe stand and be recognized?
Absolutely.
And I think it's important to note, because of this, we're able to budget with real numbers. Now, there was times where we didn't know what it was going to be. It was just all over the place. And so getting us the real numbers to be able to set budgets and do real things here is a credit to you and your staff of what we're able to accomplish here. So thank you.
Thank you very
Please
much.
stand.
Should they-
Picture of all of them. Yeah. Everybody want to do that? Go up that way? There goes all the crowd. Item 7B.
7B, County Administration Department, Public Facility Fees and Capital Improvement Plan. 1, presentation on Comprehensive Development Impact Fee Update Study and Long Range Capital Improvement Plan. 2, discussion and consideration to direct staff in setting public fee facilities and have staff return with a proposed public facilities fee update consistent with board direction.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Today we're here to discuss the development impact fee update study that was completed just last month and the long-range capital improvement plan, and to get some feedback from the board for future direction on setting fees. So I'd like to introduce Carlos from Wildan in order to really present and give the details of the study.
Thanks, Sean. I'm Carlos Villarreal with Wildan Financial Services, and I was the project manager on this impact fee update. We also did the county's original impact fee study back in 2007, so we have some familiarity in the county, and we're here to just give you a high-level overview of the project. So I'm going to run through a little bit of impact fee 101, just so that we're all on the same page. Then I'm going to discuss the specifics of this program. I'll give you a few policy options to consider, and then we'll run through the highlights of the long-range capital improvement plan. All right, thanks. So what are impact fees? Just so we're all on the same page here. Impact fees are a one-time fee that is charged to new development, usually at the building permit time, to pay for the facilities that are associated with the increase in demand with new development. So it's not an ongoing fee, and it can't be used to fund operations and maintenance or rehab existing facilities. This is all to expand your inventory of facilities to serve new development. So the facilities need to serve new development, and there needs to be that connection there. In California, Government Code 66,000 lays out the requirements that any jurisdiction needs to meet when they implement an impact fee. There's 5 findings. 3 of them are sort of technical portions of the analysis where we need to demonstrate the need for the facilities. We need to show how new development will benefit from the use of fee revenue, and we need to demonstrate that the fees charged are proportional to the amount of demand that new development places on the system. And then there's a couple of housekeeping items. We need to document the purpose of the fee, so the types of the facilities that the fee revenue will be spent on, and then document how that fee revenue is going to be used. Now I'm going to just go over a high-level look at how we can conduct an impact fee study. So the first step in conducting an impact fee study is estimating existing and future demand for facilities, and the way we look at that is your service population. We take a look at the folks that are here now, we take a look at a projection for the future, and those are the basis of the analysis. From there, we identify facility standards, and I'll talk about those a little bit more in a subsequent slide. And then using the information from the first 2 steps, we can estimate the amount of facilities that are needed to serve new development. We can allocate a share of those costs to new development, and that will eventually become the fee. And in some cases, we can identify alternative funding that will need to be used to fully fund the planned facilities. So earlier I mentioned that we discussed the facility standards. In this case, all of the fees are calculated using what we call the existing inventory method. What we do is we take a look at your existing demand for facilities. Again, that's based on your existing service population comprised of residents and workers. And we take a look at the existing investment in facilities that has been made to date. And then the fee is based on making sure that new development contributes at that same rate. So we come up with the value of your existing inventory, divide that by your existing service population, and we end up with a cost per capita. New development will pay at that same cost per capita, and the fee revenue will be proportional to the increase in the future service population. And this is a tried and true method used throughout the state. So now we're going to take a look at the specifics of your fee program. These are the impact fee categories that the county currently collects for and that are being updated in the study. I should note that the county also has a road impact fee charged in 3 different zones that is not being updated at this time, so this effort excludes the roads. But we're updating general government, public protection, library, parks and recreation, sheriff patrol and investigation, and fire protection facilities. So this next slide demonstrates the population growth projections that we used in the study. I should note that the 2035 projection is a whole lot more conservative than it was the last time the study was completed. If you can recall, back in 06 and 07, growth projections were very high throughout the state and very optimistic. Since then, as you all know, we've had a recession, and the growth projections in this case have been adjusted accordingly, and they're based on the county's RTP. So the 2017 estimates are what we use to calculate the existing facility standards. For every facility category, we summed the value of your inventory and divided it by your existing service population to come up with an existing cost per capita. And then the projection is used to estimate the fee revenue from this methodology.
I'm looking at this, the population growth in the unincorporated area to 2035 is only changing by 24,000 people. Is that not including the Southeast Madera County growth?
I don't know specifically off the top of my head. I know this is consistent with the 2011 RTP, so if that document includes that.
Matt? Sure. Good question.
Yeah, that's woefully low, it seems, yeah.
Yeah, so Matt Traber, Community Economic Development Director. As was stated, they did look at the currently adopted regional transportation plan that's in place from MCTC. That's certainly a conservative number, growing from where we are today, right? The majority of that growth is identified for Southeast Madera. So 2035, yeah, that certainly is and I think, as I understand, and what's occurring today is MCTC is updating that RTP, and I believe that is set to be out on the streets here in the very near future. So it might be an opportunity, right? We're here kind of as a workshop or a presentation that we may fold in some of those updated numbers out of that RTP when they come out here in the coming weeks. Might be appropriate. But yeah, I mean, I think as was stated, it is a very conservative number. It's certainly not going to be, I think, what the initial in the 2007 study that we had significant population growth. I think we all can agree due to the recession, we just hadn't really seen that growth from 07 to about 2015 that was estimated out there. But there certainly is going to be significant growth primarily on the 41 Southeast Madera corridor out there.
On those same numbers on the next two charts down, the employees and then it says unincorporated population employees, and it shows 133. Is that 95,000 population unincorporated? Is that 38,000 employees? Does that mean out of town, out of county people coming here, workers?
That means it's projected to have 95,200 residents and the 38,700 employees in the unincorporated areas of the county at 2035. So,
I believe to clarify, that's all employees, whether they live in county or out of county. They just work here.
yeah, exactly. Those are employees that work within the boundaries of the county.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, that's the reason I was wondering why you added it to it, so.
Yeah, this table is more for informational purposes. In the report, you can see how the actual figures are used. This table is summarizing the overall magnitude of the growth.
Okay, we'll see how it goes when it gets there.
Sure, absolutely. And so here is the maximum justified impact fee schedule based on the analysis in the study. There are two impact fee schedules here. One is for the incorporated cities and one is for the unincorporated areas. And the difference there is that the cities provide some of these services within their city departments, so the county doesn't need to charge for those facilities. For example, sheriff, patrol, and fire protection, the cities have their own police and fire services, so those are excluded here. The unincorporated area would pay for all of them, which is why the unincorporated fee is higher than the incorporated fee here. This next chart shows the increase for a single family unit based on the 2007 fees compared to the draft fees that you have before you. The road impact fees, which are not being updated, are included here for informational purposes. As you can see, that's the majority of the fee amount. They're shaded in gray, and that's not changing at this time. The other fee categories, you can see how they are increasing. And we should also note that the road fees vary by zone. So some road fee in other zones would be different than what you see here, but the maximum road fee is shown, again, for informational purposes. So this increase is in this zone for single-family residents is coming to be about 29%. For comparison purposes, the CPI has increased by a little under 24% in the same time period. And here, a lot going on the screen, but essentially we're comparing the current impact fee for each individual category to the maximum justified impact fee and showing the change. There's a lot of detail. Don't expect you all to soak it in now, but this is a good chart to refer to in the future to see how the individual fees are moving based on the analysis in the report. And the report, of course, has all the analysis documenting the maximum justified fees.
And I think it's worth noting that even though we have a fee structure for the incorporated areas, we don't have agreements with the cities to collect it within the cities. So that piece of it, we're not collecting.
Yeah, so the county doesn't collect it, but the analysis takes into account the service population within the city. So you certainly can charge the fee based on the fee schedule presented. It's just not currently done.
If the city
If the city agrees and adopts it within its boundaries.
You have to have a mutual agreement and a tax sharing agreement, maybe? We'll look at that too, so, okay.
Yeah. And so here's a few policy options to consider. So the report documents the maximum justified fees. The board could always choose to adopt some fee that's less than the maximum justified due to economic development concerns or other concerns that you may have. Another strategy that other cities and counties throughout the state employ is they occasionally phase in the fees because you're looking at a pretty large increase because the fees haven't been adjusted in about 10 years. Sometimes the jurisdiction will adopt half the increase one year and then half the next year. There are no set guidelines on how the phase-in could work. It would be up to the discretion of the board, but you could phase the fee increases in over a certain amount of years. And finally, another implementation option to consider is to recommend that the fees be annually adjusted for inflation. Since you haven't updated the fees in 10 years, we're looking at a sizable increase, but annually the fees could be adjusted with a CPI inflator. The board would still have to act on it every year. It wouldn't be an automatic inflator, but you could recommend that staff comes back to you every year with the incremental adjustment and then adopt that, and then you wouldn't be looking at as big a jump 10 years down the line.
Brett?
No, I'm going to ask at the end. I just want to
okay,
get my name.
okay. I got a question for that. Why, did you know that for 5.5 years, we had the fees reduced 2/3?
Yeah, and there are certainly reasons why you wouldn't want to increase the fees or you may want to roll them back. I'm just trying to lay out the different options that other jurisdictions have used. And, in California, we're all aware of the big recession that hit. So the county is not alone in not increasing fees and rolling them back. That's certainly a popular policy choice to make.
Okay.
So now I just want to talk about some of the highlights of the long-range CIP. What we did is the county staff organized interviews with all of the departments that would receive impact fee funding, and we sat down with the revenue projections and sat down with them to figure out what their pressing capital facilities needs were. So we interviewed county staff several times. We identified funding sources, not only the impact fees, but other funding sources. But that did not limit the projects to impact fee funded projects. For example, rehabilitation projects and those sorts of projects can't be funded through impact fees, but if it was a pressing need, the county staff still identified it to us. So we got a whole list of the projects based on, again, the revenue projections and also the growth projections, what these departments would need to serve the folks through 2035, and documented those. And then we identified a rough timeline for phasing. So some projects they knew would need to be built within the next couple of years based on pressing demands. Other projects were a little more fuzzy, and we put those in the out years. So we have a rough phasing timeline for the projects. And in total, we identified approximately $190 million in capital projects. So here are some of the highlights. And you can read through them, but there's some new fire protection facilities, some improvements to the parks and recreation facilities, a new boat dock and building expansion for the sheriff department. The main library needs renovation and a relocation of the Ranchos Library, and a new Hall of Justice facility, and a new animal shelter. We heard from the departments. Those are all very pressing needs, but you can certainly refer to the document and see the full list of projects, the full project cost estimates, and the estimated phasing. And that comes to the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know staff is here as well to answer questions.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yeah, thank you for this. I agree that we need to always keep this updated and not fall behind. I think that's what gets people into a lot of trouble, is not keeping up with these, and then you end up not having to be able, or not being able to serve the people, and that's kind of where we're at, and that's why we have such a long list, I think, of things that need to be done. I think on the animal shelter, that'd be a good place in the tax sharing agreement to be able to collect some fees within the city to be able to put it towards that as like
Exactly.
so I have that listed on tax sharing agreement items to bring up. But you know, I think we need to phase it in. Again, we didn't get here overnight. We're not going to get out of it overnight. And I think that the numbers that we're basing some of these projections on are inaccurate. I think we need the RTP to be updated. I don't think it's not your fault. You're just taking the numbers that were in there from before. But I think that our pace in the unincorporated areas is adding a lot more residential units and a lot more people, which means there's going to be more impact. But there will also be a larger pool to recoup those costs at the current rate or whatever we bump it up to.
Yeah.
So I think we need to have what those projections are, take into account, you know, over the next 10 years. I mean, I think the 2035 numbers, adding 24,300 people, I think we'll get to there well before 2035. I think we'll get there, you know, maybe 2025. And so if we're going to build our feed program based on growth and impact, I think we have to look at what real growth or you know, still stay conservative in what we think is going to happen over there. But I don't want to build a really high rate and pass it on to more people and just collect more than maybe we really need. So I think we'll have to look at, I want to look at that a little more in depth with the RTP, or if we can do our own projections or bump those up and look at what that rate would be with more realistic growth numbers in the unincorporated area.
Yeah, we can certainly revise that, and like we said, this is just a draft. We're looking for some feedback, and this is great feedback. I would point out that the methodology is based on your existing standard,
right?
So that's not going to change depending on the growth projection. The only thing that the growth projection changes is the amount of projected revenue. But certainly we can revise that, and we want the numbers to be as accurate as possible.
But if our projected growth rate is larger and we're collecting a higher, and we need 190 million, and with those larger projected growth rates, we are collecting 290 million, then I think we're out of whack with where the fee should be set.
If I may address that, Supervisor, I believe that what Carlos is saying is that if population does increase higher than these projections, then so will the need for the revenue in line.
So it won't be 190, it'll be 220, but if we're at 290, we still need to find where
it should still be done, absolutely, you're right, and we definitely will be looking at updating that when those new numbers are available. But the rate is set proportionately, so as population increases, if it increases faster than we're projecting, then using this methodology, I think is probably why it's used throughout the state, is that it's sometimes hard to know what's going to happen with population, but this methodology really depends on projected growth in services and county facility needs are presumed to be in line with population growth. So let's just say, for instance, population growth happens slower than projected, which we don't think is going to happen. Then in that case, our needs are going to be less, and we'd be looking at paring down our capital improvement plan. So we definitely
there's not a need if the pace doesn't go with the population growth. the services need also dips.
Exactly. So with more population, the real key, as you're pointing out, to update this and the need for that is going to be for updating our facility needs. Because if population is going to be growing much faster than is currently projected in this study, then we're going to need to take a closer look at our capital improvement plan, especially in the long run.
Yeah, and I'm a huge proponent of these development impact fees because there is it's in the title, right? There is an impact, and the new growth should help to offset that impact, right? Or to pay its own way, and that's, I think, why government got far out of line was that there wasn't money recouped to deal with those larger impacts, and so I'm all for the discussion. I just think we need to tighten it up a little bit and find where really that medium is, and using still conservative to take into account when it dips down, but a little more realistic numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would just piggyback a little bit on what's been said already, just to call out probably the obvious, which is it's all the discussion and the reason that it's paramount, right, that we're constantly looking at our fees, and we do, and constantly looking at updating, right? There's the 2020 census, which is underway, and that's going to be a big effort, right, to look at the latest and greatest on population numbers. So certainly a recession happened, right? We had fee reductions, which is why we are here now rather than having constantly looked at that. But especially it's key that we certainly maintain and stay on top of not just capital facilities, but all of our fee structure, specifically and especially during this time where we see so much economic movement in the county and development occurring, just to stay on top of that. So I would just throw it out.
And I do want to compliment. I just want to compliment you guys did a great job. It was very easy to read and understand. This is not a simple thing, and so the work you did was very good.
We got to keep moving.
Yeah.
Supervisor Poitras.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a comment to make and a question. First of all, with impact fees, they're never a popular thing to talk about. We get criticized for making it difficult. Local governments killing development because of impact fees, too many fees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the other hand, we have existing residents who say that development needs to pay its way. So you get this divergence and you get this pressure from both sides. So, but as Supervisor Frazier mentioned, we definitely need to take a look at that and get because there are impacts from development. But my question is what does staff recommend? Because you've asked for direction from the board, but I'd like to have you step up. You're the in-house experts. We pay you because you guys are so smart and can figure these things out. What is your recommendation?
Well, I think you heard certainly a number of options that are typically looked at. I think we've gotten some good feedback that we need to look at that population projection number and get the latest into our study. We have reached out and we have met with the Building Industry Association and gone over that. I think at this point, right, this was initially kind of a workshop. I think it's understanding that it's a significant increase that's being looked at, all justified. But we do need to look at that population projection and make sure that we, tighten that down a little bit on that. But certainly as your Community Economic Development Director, now is a key time to be looking at that, right? We have significant impacts occurring, and those developments and those new residents, right, they are and should maintain and continue to pay for their impacts on the county facilities. That being said, obviously the last thing we want to do, and that I would recommend as your planning director, right, is to have a fee that stymies growth and reduces it and stops it. So we do need to be cognizant of that. And I think that's where probably a phased in approach of this, we do need to get to an update and increase those fees, right? It is justifiable, and the longer we push that out, the longer we hurt ourselves on the back end potentially there. So we need to continue to look at this on a regular basis And certainly, just initially, I think the more prudent thing would be get our numbers updated on the population, and then probably come back with a phased-in approach over a 2-year or a 3-year phased-in, where you would up those fees on an annual basis to get to that true rate, and then look at maintaining and being back before your board on a regular annual CPI increase for those fees, right? So that we don't end up in a situation where we're back before the board in 2025 or 2030 and we're looking at tripling of the impact fees, right? That's no one wants to be there. So that would be my recommendation, is that we looked at a phase approach, get the population numbers rolled in, and then look over a 2 or 3 year phase at the end of that. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Rogers.
Yes, I'm a complete advocate of development paying its way, and to set an example forth that is current. If you look at, as an example, the city of Chowchilla right now is foregoing its impact fees to put roofs in their sphere of influence, and the rubber's going to meet the road sooner or later. They're barking at the schools about lowering their fees, but the people moving into those houses are going to require schools for their children, and who's going to pay for that? Well, what's traditionally happening now is they have to go out for bond to the existing residents, and the patience of existing residents is stretched thin for these bonds that we keep being requested to vote into existence. We just recently voted in 2, one for the elementary school district, one for the high school, because of the deferred maintenance on the facilities, and I'm totally behind that, because that was a 100-year proposition there. But the fact is, new development is going to require new facilities, they're going to make new impacts. And you look at Madera Unified School District, they're building a high school right now that they're $31.7 million short of being able to pay for. They're going to go out to bond. They're going to go out and ask the taxpayers to foot that bill, and the existing residents are going to throw their hands up and say, what the heck, we keep doing this. So we don't want to be in that position where we're coming later and asking for help or trying to foot this on the back of something else. We need to have it pay its way, and it needs to start now, because down the line, a raise in fees could be tantamount to a moratorium in development if you escalate it all at once, and it would be. We have to keep pace now, at a nice steady pace. It's like putting money in the piggy bank for that day that is going to come. Like we all do for things that we need, like a well on our home, or what have you. It happens. It's going to happen. You don't wonder if it's going to happen, and that's why you're paying for it now. You're getting ready for that opportunity. So I think we're wise for setting a nice casual pace that is commensurate with what's going on, and I think Supervisor Frazier's comments on the population well noted, and that I think we need to keep that in mind, that the fact that it could outpace our thinking. It already has outpaced everybody's thinking, and the need is going to be on us before we know it, so we need to be prepared for that. Good job, and thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Matt, guys, I think your population figures are very, very conservative. We're located in the Central Valley, and what's happening in the coastal areas, you're going to see an influx of people coming back because of the cost of living in the Bay Areas. How often do you update these figures, or either way, how often do you study these figures? Do you keep? Is it a continuous thing?
Certainly, the big effort is every decade when the federal government does their census. That's the true accurate nature. Department of Finance does come up with projections that they do update. The RTP, Regional Transportation Plan, that's required is an update every 5 years from Madera County Transportation Commission. So it is looked at on a regular basis, and the population projection is always a difficult thing. We had significant population increase identified in the 2000 census that didn't come to fruition for obvious reasons on what we've discussed as well. So it is updated and looked at on a regular basis. I think we can certainly roll that a more, I think it's still appropriate to be conservative in that nature. I don't know that you want to be liberal in your identification and anticipated growth, right? There's a happy medium there, though, and I think it's clear that we are certainly a little conservative than we should be on that number, and we should be able to get that number updated.
Well, I'm not saying that you're exaggerated, when I say conservative figures, stands to reason what you see in life now, whether you like it or not, excuse me, whether you like the project or not, we can afford it or not, the high-speed rail is going to bring a lot of new people into this area. And I don't mean to update these figures and get too out of hand, but the point is, a sensible person, if you look out there what's happening in life with this railroad system coming in, if it gets built, and I hope it does get built, because I've been a supporter since the beginning, but you're going to see influx of people come in to the valley. They have to. The cost of living is outrageous in the Bay Area, and they can't afford it. You're not going to see the young people because they like to be where the action's at. But you're getting the middle-aged, older people that want to get out of the rat race and want to come up here. With this new project that are being built here, the beautiful projects that are being built, this is where they're going to come, folks. Like it or not, it's going to happen. This is changing times. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Everybody else is done. The developments that we got on the southeast side, are they, until they pull a permit, if we raised it $1, the new permits from that point on to pay the extra $1. They're not set on these fees, are they?
So if your question's in the development agreements for the existing entitled projects on the 41 corridor, no, those languages within that development agreement does not lock in this fee, the capital facility fee. It would potentially cause an issue if the board came up or staff recommended the adoption of a brand new impact fee that wasn't included.
We're not doing that, but
we are
these
not doing
fees
that,
are
and it
still
is
included, so
correct.
if we raise them tomorrow,
they pay the new fee.
Higher fees. Okay.
Correct.
I want to make
That
sure.
is correct.
Have you compared us with Fresno and Merced, our neighboring counties, what their fees are? By any chance?
Yeah, we have. The proposed fees are, depending on which zone you look at, are a bit higher than some of the other counties' fees. I should note
Ours are higher?
The proposed fees would be higher, yes.
Are they higher now?
No, it depends on who you're looking at and which zone you're looking at. There's some low-cost zones that are lower than other folks. There are some of the high-cost zones that are higher than other folks. We can share that information with you as well.
I believe Fresno County, I don't know that they even have public facility fees.
They do. Fresno has.
It's lower than ours.
It's lower than yours. Theirs are similar. They also have a regional transportation fee. I do know that theirs are under the process of being reviewed, so they will likely increase in the near term. But right now they are a bit.
Our average 1,500 square foot house right now costs about $14,000 for the fees, and that's not counting school fees or anything else. Right, Matt?
Supervisor, that is correct, and I would say the impact fee is based on a per resident. So yes, a 1,500 square foot home in the zone, the road impact zone of South 145. So in essence, everything south of 145, east to the BNSF track and to the river, that's in the South 145 zone. That is our highest road impact fee zone. And those new residential units, $14,881 is what the impact fee is collected
so
by
this
the
would raise it
county.
to about 20,000.
I think the number that was on there was 19,553.
That's pretty close to 20,000. We don't have it up. So you don't think Fresno even has those fees? I mean, what little fees they have is, what was it less, is it
I think it's been more
10,000,
recent. I
8,000?
know in the past they haven't had a public facility fee program. They may now, but I believe it's lower than ours if they do, and it's relatively new if they have one.
It is exactly as Eric had spelled out there. I would also point out that they do not have a true road impact fee for the county. They have a regional mitigation fee, right, that goes to improve roads in the city of Fresno and so on and so forth, as opposed to the county road impact fee, which is goes to improve county roads and county facilities there.
And
So
most of their cities are incorporated too, so that helps them. How about Merced? What, do you have any idea what their numbers are?
Sure, we do have Merced, and Merced does not have the same structure. They have much fewer that goes into their capital facility fee. And looking at that, they have a fire fee and a law enforcement. So they don't have general government. They are lower. They don't have a transportation fee that includes bridges and thoroughfare fees and those things. So it's just mainline improvements. I would say our road impact fee does include, for example, an interchange at Avenue 12 and 41 is in our road impact fee today. It is quite a bit lower than what you see the county, but remember, it's funding much less, and therefore the county and the back end is going to be in a world of hurt on that. They're about 4,600 or 4,538 is what their fee is on that.
I just worry about, the people, like Max said, all the people are going to be coming here. Will that draw them away from Madera County?
Well, I think it's
higher fees.
Yeah, it's certainly a valid concern, Supervisor, but it's on your staff really to make sure that we're reviewing those fees. And right, this is not a document that is etched in stone. We're here today to seek some direction and kind of roll it out to the board, right? But as has been stated, this is justified fee. It was looked at our existing levels of service and maintaining that and making sure we're not burdening existing residents of the county, but those new. But it's certainly something, was a key point that we wanted to meet with the building industry, and I've said it before, right? We don't want to have an instance where we stymied growth and reduced the economic generator that we have occurring in the county. But there is a lot of needs that brings.
We should have probably, even when we reduced our fees, had a CPI on it. We should have we didn't build it in the first time. I know I was on the board when we passed it in 07, and I was against it, but that's okay. So I think that we really, whatever we decide to do as members here, we got to put that CPI in it, because like Brett said, coming back in 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, whatever, and hitting that like we've done all of our special districts and everything. So we got to do that for sure. But the only thing I would ever vote for right now would be to just do a CPI on the current one and not jump that much. If we jump it up $10,000 for these people, that's going to be a big hit on a lot of people. That's the average person out here trying to build a home. And I'm not talking about those developments. I'm talking about out here out in our other areas, from Chowchilla to North Fork to out there. No, you're way out there.
East Acres.
Yeah, East Acres out there. Brett.
Just on, to kind of piggyback on that, what does Fresno County, they charge a much lower fee, but is that only in their unincorporated areas, or do they also get a piece of anything in the county, including in the incorporated areas?
Yeah, I have to review that. The figure that was quoted was their unincorporated fee schedule.
Okay.
But I need to review if that's also charged in the cities. I know some counties like Stanislaus have an MOU with the cities where they do charge the county fees that are applicable within the city boundaries. But I need to review that.
Yeah, so if they have that, then that makes a much larger net for them to be able to recoup the cost, to be able to do the things. So I think that would be important to know.
I think staff would be good if you could get that for us when we do our negotiations with the cities. Absolutely. Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to point out was that in Merced County, you have a lot more incorporated cities. Also in Fresno, you have dozens
17.
dozens more, literally dozens more in these other areas. We are like very limited in that regard. So
We deliver city services,
yes,
really, in
we
a number of
deliver city
areas,
services
Oakhurst.
in all over the county. So to keep a parity there, apples for apples, you need to take that into consideration.
Yes, and I'd just like to add, or off what you're saying, that it's really difficult to compare Madera County to a different county when every county is different.
Right.
Every county has a different number of cities that are incorporated or not. And Madera County, we cover a lot. We don't have a lot of incorporated cities, and our fees reflect that.
Yeah,
So-
we're running, as a county, we're running multiple cities, Oakhurst, the Ranchos, any number of them.
Et cetera.
And so, you know, the unincorporated areas shouldn't, you know, obviously there's a higher level of service that we have to provide out there, and so there should be a higher cost, but we shouldn't, the unincorporated areas shouldn't have to bear the burden and the brunt of services that are rendered to city residents as well. They should have some of that share as well.
Agreed.
Any public comment on this item? Oh, good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Mike Prandini, representing the Building Industry Association, 420 Bullard Avenue, Clovis. We went over the report with staff last week. I had some questions and concerns about some of the numbers, but in general, the report, and we're familiar with Wildan's work in other jurisdictions. They use a reasonable approach. The current standard is a reasonable approach and justifiable approach to determine impact fees. However, it is a huge hit on the doubling of fees, and so we would strongly suggest that you phase this in over 3 years, maybe even a little longer, but no less than 3 years. Excuse me. And also, we do encourage you to include CPI adjustment. That avoids huge hits every 4 or 5 years, because it's never popular to increase impact fees, and it takes time and an effort to adjust these fees. So if you can adjust them periodically by a construction cost index, which is typical for the construction industry. It's called a CCI. And it's put out by the Engineering News Record for all the entire country. So if you use that index, your construction cost will escalate over the years, and your fees won't have to be drastically adjusted every 5 or 6 years. We also encourage you to do that. In addition to the CPI, come back every 5 years and take a look at your your needs to see what they are, so you don't get out of whack 10 years down the line and find out you need, 30-40% more income. But as a piece of information for you, the County of Fresno does have a public facilities fee, has similar to yours in terms of the areas, public safety, general government, and parks, and so they're very similar. Their fee for the unincorporated areas right now is about $4,300 a unit, but it's been suspended for the last 6 years. So it hasn't, but that suspension runs out this November. They're in the process of updating and restructuring that fee. We have not seen it yet, so we have no way to comment, but the fee right now is zero because they're not collecting it. They suspended it during the recession and haven't reinstituted it. Also, and within the incorporated cities, that fee is about $1,000 less. And by agreement, these tax sharing agreements, all the cities collect the fee within their jurisdiction. But conversely, the county collects the city's fees when development is within the city's sphere of influence. So it's a It's a quid pro quo.
That's a good.
We collect it for you, you collect it for us.
Right. We don't like the term quid pro quo.
Okay. But
Thank you, Mike.
that's handled in all the,
Call it win-win.
yeah, win-win, there you go.
Thank you, Mike.
It's in all their agreements.
Okay.
So, but we strongly encourage a phase-in and include a CPI adjustment.
Mike, on that CCI, like right now, it would be high because the cost of construction is high. In times where it's going down, does it adjust? Would it
Adjust the fee
and
down,
then we
yes.
can bring it
Adjust the
down?
fee
Okay.
down. That doesn't happen very often.
Right.
But it has.
But it has,
in
and
the
if it
past.
does, then we can marry up to that. Okay.
Right. If you go by the construction cost index, then whichever way it goes, whether up or down. But in my experience, I only recall seeing it go down once or twice over the last 30,
It's
40
heavily
years.
used by our engineers and architects, even in the public sector.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I think.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I think staff, if you could bring us back a few scenarios, phasing over 5 years, using just a CPI, what have you.
Or
and
CCI.
Yeah, and see what we come up with. Is that good enough direction from you guys?
Very good.
Okay.
5 years? We can definitely bring that back.
Okay. Thank you.
And I just want to add, if you're looking at a 5-year implementation for increasing, then you'll see it before your board each year for that increase.
That's okay.
So you can
We'd
take a
rather have
look
it
at
in
it.
front
at
of us
that
every
time.
year to talk about it. So.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. Great job. And thank you, Carlos, too. You did a great job explaining that. Okay, now we're going to move back to item number 6, public hearings, 6A.
6A, Community and Economic Development Department, Planning Division. Hearing to consider the request of Chris Coons to amend the Madera General Plan pursuant to Section 6535-8 of the Government Code. The area to be considered consists of 5.101 acres located on the west side of Highway 41, approximately 345 feet north of its intersection with Stone Creek Drive, Coarse Gold. The proposal is to amend the area now shown as rural residential designation to light industrial designation, and amend the Coarse Gold area plan to light industrial business park designation. A rezoning will be considered to change the zone from residential mountain single-family district to industrial, urban, or rural light district. This general plan and rezoning would allow heavy equipment and supply storage. Size 5.01 acres, APN 054-090-096.
Okay. How you doing, team?
Good, Chairman Matt.
Just a second, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Trieber, Planning Director. I have Robert Mansfield, Senior Planner in the Planning Division, and Becky Beavers, our Deputy Director, is here as well as our Deb Mahler, our Fire Marshal, and Dexter Marr with Environmental Health, and Jared and Ahmad, I know, is Public Works as well. So with that, I'm going to kick it off to Robert, who does have a brief PowerPoint presentation for this item today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you guys adjust that noise? That
I'm sorry, I think it was me.
That reverb is, that's on a medium pitch.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Good morning.
members of the board. Robert Mansfield from the county's Department of Planning. As mentioned before you is the request for a general plan, area plan amendments, and rezoning for Chris Coons. The subject property is located on the west side of Highway 41, approximately 345 feet north of its intersection with Stone Creek Drive. There is no address assigned to the property at this point in Coarse Gold. The project involves rezone 2016-011 from residential mountain single-family to industrial, urban, or rural light, and general plan amendment 2016-004 from rural residential to light industrial, and to amend the Coarse Gold area plan also from rural residential to light industrial. The applicant has indicated that this will allow for the storage and maintenance of heavy equipment and storage of building supplies on the subject parcel. Also before you is mitigated negative declaration 2016-24. Specifics of concerns that were addressed in that documentation is the air quality, water quality, traffic, transportation, and noise issues. As we see here, the current general plan designation is rural residential for the parcel as well as for all the surrounding parcels. The coarse gold area plan shows also rural residential for the specific parcel as well as surrounding. The zoning shows the subject parcel as residential mountain single family. Surrounding parcels are a mix of agricultural and residential. Site plan shows where the applicants indicated where they are planning to do the work, with the access road going on the adjacent parcel, also owned by Mr. Kuntz, with the driveway being directly across from Veeder Ranch Road. Again, we're requesting to amend the general plan designation, area plan, and zoning to light industrial for heavy equipment storage, maintenance, and building materials. This application is similar to ones that were brought before the commission and the board in 2002, 2005, and 2008 on what was the original 30-acre parcel. A parcel map has recently been, has subsequently been done, so now that the project is on a 5-acre parcel. And access, again, will be to the 5-acre, crossing the larger of the two. The issues that were addressed involve potential congestion crashes as heavy equipment exits or enters the site. A school bus stop has been identified across Highway 41 at the Veeder Ranch Road. Noise issues include potential ongoing noise generated on site from equipment, as well as going on and off the site. The applicant has indicated a potential of 1,500 gallons per day usage supplied by an on-site well. There is erosion potential due to operations that could lead into Coarse Gold Creek. Water quality and hazardous materials kind of go hand in hand, as there is potential for leaks and releases of various engine fluids onto the ground, no matter how well equipment's maintained, and potential runoff to Coarse Gold Creek. Air quality issues, there will be an increase of exhaust pollutants from the heavy equipment engines, mostly from diesel. And zoning, the subject property, as you saw, is surrounded predominantly by residential and some agriculturally zoned parcels. There are no other industrial zone parcels immediately adjacent or in close proximity to the parcel. With that, the Planning Commission, by a vote of 4-1, recommends to the board to deny project 2016-006, consisting of rezone 2016-011 and general plan 2016-004, the area plan and general plan included, as well as mitigate negative declaration 2016-24 and the mitigation monitoring program. With that, staff is available for questions.
Any questions from the board members to the staff? Not. So we let proponents speak first. So, Mr. Kuntz, please.
Hello, I'm Russell Cook. I am the attorney for Chris Kuntz, and I have a PowerPoint up on this, and I don't know if I might need some assistance there.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Ken's coming.
Russell, before you start, we're going to open up the public hearing. We got to call that. So,
all right.
So everybody that talks has got to sign in up there at the, yeah, right there. And while he's hooking up that. guess it's going to work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the Coarse Gold community that are here. My name is Russell Cook, and it is my pleasure to represent Chris Kuntz in this matter. Chris Kuntz has been a resident of Coarse Gold for nearly 30 years and has contributed to the Coarse Gold and Eastern Madera County in many ways. Mr. Kuntz is the owner of 30 acres adjoining State Route 41 across from the Vita Ranch Road and the Coarse Gold CDF. And we have on the map, it shows the proposed site. And secondly, I have to figure out how to use this thing. Here's an aerial photograph of the site. It shows it's the area where there's the little circular road, and it is downhill from State Route 41 across from the CDF. He seeks to amend the zoning from RMS to industrial, urban, or rural light on 5 acres, and to amend the general plan and the Coarse Gold area plan designations from rural residential to light industrial. The site is well suited for this use. The area drops downhill from State Route 41 with no visual impact from the highway as to where the development would be. The proposed uses are for storage and maintenance of Mr. Kuntz's construction equipment, bulldozers, a grader, excavators, water trucks, and the like, as well as storage of products used in land development, road maintenance, construction, and other proposed uses that would be consistent with light industrial. The proposed use is needed in the Coarse Gold community. First, I will talk about the need for light industrial property in the Coarse Gold area. In 1995, the general plan was adopted, and according to the Coarse Gold area plan of 2006, there was 127.69 acres on 11 parcels that were designated as light industrial. And of the 64,000 acres of land under the jurisdiction of the Coarse Gold area plan, 127 of those acres was designated as light industrial. When the Coarse Gold area plan was adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 2006, light industrial was ignored. And by ignoring this category, it made it worse, similar to the last presentation that you talked about. According to the Coarse Gold area plan adopted in 2006, the property designated as light industrial went from 127.69 acres to 84 acres on 10 parcels. As I indicated, the acreage designated on the general plan was 84 acres. The problem was that even though there were 84 acres designated as light industrial, much less was actually zoned light industrial. As to the actual acreage that's zoned and used as light industrial in the Coarse Gold area, it is 4 acres. 4 acres services 64,000 plus acres of ground in the Coarse Gold area. And what I would like to do, this is the site actually looking from State Route 41. And what it is you can see it's kind of a level site, that road that goes away from 41 is part of the site, and then it drops down abruptly onto the area where a development would be. The Coarse Gold area, or the Coarse Gold area plan, this shows the Coarse Gold area in the box, and it also shows light industrial in red. You can see that in the Coarse Gold area there's a little tiny bit. There's a little bit in O'Neill's, which is already taken up by the school, and then there's some in Oakhurst at the intersection of Highway 49 and 41. But the Coarse Gold area itself is shown here. And what you have, as a practical matter, there's not sufficient zoning to provide the infrastructure for homes that are in the area. And as a result, contractors are storing their equipment at their homes or wherever they can park them. Let's go through the properties. On the Coarse Gold area plan, you can see the properties. Here's what happens as a result of lack of light industrial zoning. This is the Coarse Gold Rodeo site. This is a property that in the Veeder Ranch subdivision across from the subject property that shows what appears to be construction equipment parked. This is the existing Kuntz residence, which actually shows his equipment and what he's got. This is the tire shop that is immediately south of the subject property, and that tire shop that's shown as tire shop is actually a zoned light industrial. And that's what they call fast tire. That's 2 acres that's zoned and used as light industrial, bordering on 48 acres that's designated in the general plan as light industrial, but it's zoned agricultural. There's another parcel across from State Route, across from Serpa Canyon Road, across State Route 41 that houses a propane company. This is the fast tire shop that's light industrial. This is the property. It's Serpa Canyon Road. That's between Coarse Gold and the top of Deadwood, Pneumonia Gulch in that area. And it shows the propane site that is on 2 acres of a 35-acre site that's zoned light industrial. So the problem with this site and the designation of light industrial is this. This is the topographic map, and the corner of the road that's designated there by creek, that's where the propane company is. And the 35 acres looks like it stands, I mean, you couldn't put a pad in there sufficient to pull a truck in and out of that location, no matter how you attempted to grade it. If you did grade it level, you'd end up with a big eyesore that everybody would hate. Oakhurst has some currently light industrial, but very little in comparison to all of the other uses, even for Oakhurst. As this is the case, it is clear that more acreage should be devoted for light industrial purposes. By adding the Kuntz 5 acres as light industrial, you will more than double the actual acreage zoned and used for light industrial in the Coarse Gold area. And we just heard from the last presentation about the growth projections, and I agree with many of the supervisors here that I would expect more growth in the unincorporated areas than what they were proposing. And that includes Coarse Gold and Oakhurst and Raymond and O'Neill's and in that area. The Kuntz site is ideal for light industrial use. It is close to the town of Coarse Gold, and it is across the street from the CDF. The CDF property.
That's CAL FIRE now.
Yes, CAL FIRE. Sorry about that. CAL FIRE's property is shown here in the aerial photograph, and you can see it's immediately across the street from Mr. Kuhn's property. And CAL FIRE, I mean, that's designated, I mean, they have bulldozers and things in there, and it's actually an attractive use. That is consistent with what Mr. Kuntz would be attempting to do on this site. Mr. Kuntz plans on landscaping along the Highway 41 corridor. Mr. Kuntz has been criticized by his neighbors due to the fact that the upper part of his property that was adjacent to State Route 41 had been used for other purposes. Gravel haulers would do their transfer loads up on the top up there. And so people were basically taking advantage of the fact that it was a level piece of property. Mr. Kuntz put a stop to this use by erecting a fence across on his property line that prohibits this use now. And you can see the fence. It's just a temporary fence, and we're hoping that with the approval from the Board of Supervisors that we can make more of a permanent adjustment that will prohibit traffic at that location. As to the areas, there are residents in the area. Mr. Kuntz's intent is to plant trees and to construct landscape berms and landscape the berms with appropriate planting to basically conceal the operation and to do the best job he can to make it an attractive area. This is a picture of the Vulcan Materials has a rock, sand, and gravel plant down in Sanger. And this is a berm that they created. And immediately on the other side of this berm is a rock, sand, and gravel plant that is essentially unattractive, but they have created a berm and to basically eliminate the unsightly view. That would be Mr. Kuntz's intent here too. I noticed that one of the conditions of approval that is new, and it was on the sheets that were given to you, is for Mr. Kuntz to construct a 7-foot block wall. Our position is that would be expensive and not very attractive, and that his idea, especially since he's into the excavation business, is to create more of a land barrier or a berm like this and landscape it like this, rather than a 7-foot block fence, which is essentially unattractive. As to the water issue, there was an issue brought up about the Coarse Gold Creek and the impact of this development onto the Coarse Gold Creek. One is Fish and Game has control of whether or not there's to be discharges into the creek. When the permits are obtained, Mr. Kuntz will comply with all environmental requirements to contain storm water runoff, as well as any that are required by state and federal law. There have been problems in the past. The property is off of State Route. Oh, excuse me, I've discussed that. I know that that people that are coming before you in opposition to this plan have pictures of trash. I don't know if they're going to use it or not, but that has been eliminated by the construction of that fence. Next, I'm going to address the issue of traffic, increased traffic in the area. If Mr. Kuntz was to subdivide this 30 acres, as he would be legally entitled to do, into residences, I believe that the current zoning is for 2.5 acre parcels. That would mean he could develop 12 parcels, and under the laws, state of California, you can build 2 houses per lot. So if that's to be done, you'd have 24 homes. You'd have water, traffic, septic issues involving 24 homes. And in here, what you're going to have is you're going to basically have a warehouse and storage area for construction equipment. And so you're not going to have the increased traffic. You're not going to have the increased water use. You're not going to have the increased septic use or whatever, as you would if you developed it as residential parcels. As we have proposed as light industrial, very little impact on the environment will occur. The site will in essence act as a warehouse for construction equipment. There may be some UPS and FedEx deliveries that may occur a few times a week. No retail, no coming and going, except for the Kuntz business itself. As this is the case, the business proposed will not contribute negatively towards the traffic circulation. Again, the opposition, they're going to bring pictures of bad accidents that have happened within 41 in that same area. And it's our position that if we developed it as residential, there would be more traffic as compared to the development as light industrial with less traffic. Again, though, Mr. Kuntz will comply with all requirements of the County of Madera, as well as Caltrans in terms of access to the site, in terms of getting onto and off of State Route 41. Next, I will talk about the impact to the surrounding residences. The parcel sought to be rezoned is 5 acres out of 30 currently owned by Chris Kuntz. The 30 acres by itself creates a barrier for the neighbors to the west, the south, and to the north. And the uphill slope, there's a barrier because it's downhill from State Route 41. And immediately across State Route 41 is Cal Fire. I got that right. The 30 acres, there are some residential properties bordering that 30 acres, but again, the 30 acres acts as a buffer. And Mr. Kuntz does respond to fires and things like that. But other than for fire season or for an emergency situation, there would be no movement that would take place at night. It would be as early as 7 or 8 in the morning and as late as 7 at night normally, unless there's an emergency like a fire and they have to pull out at other hours. The Vita Ranch subdivision is across the 41 and predominantly uphill from the Kuntz property. It's substantially out of the line of view of the bulk of the homeowners in that area. The next I will address is spot zoning. One concern that in the staff report was spot zoning. As you can see from the map, there's very little industrial, light industrial usable property in Coarse Gold. The Kuntz property is between 2 light industrial properties combining a total of 4 acres. Here are a number of photographs of properties in the area that are actually mixed use. This is Highway 41 and 417, where there's a gas station, a commercial property, a grocery store or a dollar store, and then a residential property all on the same intersection. This is the tire shop again with a storage facility next door, and it appears to be a residential property across 41. This is the KOA campground that is to the south of the subject site that is basically a camping site for RVs and campers. This is the KOA campground as well, and it's about maybe 200 yards or 500 yards to the south. This is the existing Caltrans equipment storage that is visible from State Route 41, just north of Coarse Gold. And across the street, this is the Chevron plant that is also visible from 41. Again, this is the tire shop and everything that's also visible from 41. So you can see it's mixed zoning. It's not just residential, and it's mixed zoning all along the 41 corridor, and there's an absolute necessity for light industrial in the area. The Coarse Gold area plan that was put in place in 2006 the language of the plan compels the granting of this application. Page 25 of the Coarse Gold Area Plan basically states, existing and future community development should reflect the citizens' desire to enjoy the natural setting and rural residential small town character. Some of the characteristics and qualities which should be reflected in planned community development are regularly needed goods and services should generally be available within the planning area without the requirement of residents and visitors to travel to Oakhurst or into the San Joaquin Valley except for specialized products or services. Public facilities and services such as schools, parks, fire, sheriff, and other infrastructure such as roads, water, sewer, and other utilities should be adequate and affordable to the existing citizens, as well as to provide reasonable capacity for planned growth and development. To provide that infrastructure, contractors with the proper equipment should be able to house their equipment within the planning area, rather than resorting to parking their equipment in their front yard or being required to transport construction equipment to the job site from Fresno or Madera at great expense. In conclusion, on behalf of Chris Kuntz, we are requesting that the Planning Commission, we're requesting that the Board of Supervisors accept the general plan amendment proposed and rezone that we're requesting. It is also requested that the mitigated negative declaration be approved. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions that I can field from you?
I'm gonna hold them up, I think, right now.
That's a question on that last statement that he said.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Supervisor Frazier.
On the last statement, was that in the plan, or that last bit that you said, or was that a interpretation of the plan of talking about?
Page 25.
Page 25 is in the plan.
It's so saying that no great expense to bring from Fresno.
Yeah. You know, I apologize. I know that that's how I read it.
So that's an interpretation
Yes.
about bringing the equipment.
I'll look at it during a break, and I'll come back to you if it turns out to be in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Yeah. Okay, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:15. 1:15. So. Okay, we're going to get going again. It's 1:16, 1 minute past what I said. If you have your phone on while you're outside there, turn it off, please. We don't need them on. We don't want to ring them, because they ring. I charge $10. Pay for our water. So, yeah, some people have had to pay it, some of them haven't. But we're back on the public hearing on item 6A, and it's for the fourth people is talking now. So Sarah, you set up there or what? Okay, so this is for the project still, and then as soon as they're done, then we'll do the opposition. So have you got anything else? Now try it.
How about now? Testing? Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
Now. It's on now.
Anyway, I did submit it, and I'm reopening to answer your question. And that's all I was going to do. The Coarse Gold Area Plan that was adopted on October the 10th, 2006. And I'll just quote the provision about the Oakhurst San Joaquin Valley. And it says, basically, that the characteristics and qualities which should be reflected in planned community developments are regularly needed goods and services should generally be available within the planning area without requiring residents and visitors to travel to the Oakhurst or into the San Joaquin Valley except for specialized products or services. So that's in the general Coarse Gold Area Plan.
Staff, look it up. I read that too. So the other part of it saying that was the interpretation of that bullet point, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you, unless you have any other questions.
Okay. Any other proponents?
Hello, my name's Chris Kuntz. I'm the applicant. I've been in the Coarse Gold area there since about 1988. I built a little subdivision down Stone Creek Drive, which is directly adjacent to what we're talking about. So I did the grading and the paving on that project, the little subdivision that goes down Stone Creek Drive, and eventually I knew that someday that I would have to move my equipment out of there, so I started looking for a place that I might be able to move to. I looked all along through Coarse Gold, try to find something that would be adequate, safe, and maybe not an eyesore. That piece of property came up for sale, and I thought that would be ideal. This has been going on for so long now that I just seem to be, running into the opposition of the property owners, and the property owners of which I helped build the Vita Ranch Road connecting to the highway. I graded part of the Meadow Springs subdivision and paved it to make way for a lot of the opposition that's here today. And it just seems like people move into the area, they want me to do this grading or service work or fix their septic lines or fix a broken water line, but then they want me to go climb under a rock and never to be seen again. Other contractors have tools and supplies that they store in their garages and their shops and things. My tools and supplies just happen to be larger pieces of equipment. I think if I did this and I screened it off the way I intend to screen it off, it would be virtually out of sight. And that's one of the reasons why I made the lot the way it is. It comes off of Highway 41 and it drops down 22 feet. So you cannot see it from Highway 41. You can see it from some of the higher areas where the people have chosen to, buy homes looking down, but I imagine they see a lot of things that they probably don't like to see. some people have mentioned looking at the horizon and sunset. I've been there long enough now where the only dog barking in the whole area belonged to Larry Jensen. Now, that's all I hear in the evening is people's dogs barking. And when I look at the horizon and the sunset, people are building on the mountaintops, the ridge tops. So when I look out my backyard, I see nothing but porch lights on. So I can understand what the people are talking about, an eyesore, but I don't intend on being an eyesore. The traffic impact is, for today, for instance, one of my employees came down and got my service vehicle, and they went to the job site. That was the only vehicle that came in and out of my business today and yesterday and in weeks. My equipment normally stays on the job site until it gets moved directly to another job site. So I'm not in and out every day with equipment and trucks. There was a gentleman that lived on Avita Ranch Road, and I told him that, well, I've been doing business where I'm at since about 1992. I said, have you ever seen any of my trucks and trailers come out of Stone Creek Drive? And he said, no, I've been here for 12 years and I've never seen a truck or trailer coming out of Stone Creek Drive. So that's how little, traffic impact that I pose. There's never been an accident caused by myself or one of my vehicles entering or exiting 41. And, the noise on the highway and the traffic impact, if you sat there along the highway there by this property and you saw the tour buses come up in the morning with the engines roaring and the black smoke billowing out of there, I don't see how you could even compare my use and my traffic with the noise, and the emissions that come out of the trucks and buses and everything else going up 41 every day. So I think it's just a lot of people maybe want to use my services and then have me just disappear. Well, that's hard to do with large equipment, and I need a place to go, just like a lot of other contractors in Coarse Gold that are hiding their equipment out and hoping that they don't get a zoning violation someday, like they did about 15 years ago when Angela Basquez was handing out the zoning violations, and that it just kind of all went silent because there wasn't a proper zoning around Coarse Gold, so everybody's keeping their mouth shut and hiding their tractors and equipment. I didn't want to be one of those guys. I wanted to do it legally and try to do it the right way. That's about it until there's a rebuttal period, and I'm sure there's going to be part of that, but thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Is there any questions?
Any questions? Nope. Okay, now that the main proponents has spoken and the other proponents want to speak now, we're going to hold you to a 3-minute timer. We've got a timer to be on there. We each have them too. And when the opposition starts, whoever the main speaker for the opposition wants to have more than 3 minutes, that'll be fine. And then after that, then there'll be 3-minute limits. And if you're going to say the same thing that somebody else said, please hold it back. I mean, we hear what you're saying, and that way we can, take that in and not be here till midnight tonight, because that could happen if we let everybody just keep saying the same thing. So if you got something new when you're going to speak, that's what we'd really rather hear, so that we know we can make the right decision here. So, yes.
Hi, my name is Nick Van Landingham. Live and work in Oakhurst. I've worked with Chris and also with a lot of other grading contractors in the area for a lot of years, just on a variety of projects throughout the county. Recently, had the pleasure of working with Chris on the Eastern Madera County SPCA project in Ahwahnee. Chris is doing a great job on that. It's been a pleasure to work with for me personally, but I've noticed in speaking with individuals involved in developing that project, that they've really relied on Chris to keep them in budget and help them just in all aspects of that project, advising. And the reason I bring this up is that I really feel like it would sadden me to have seen that project gone to somebody else outside of the county. If a Granite or a large contractor had come in, I'm sure they would have done a good job, but they wouldn't have had that personal interest. They wouldn't have been, willing to negotiate and help the, individuals involved in that project stay in budget. And then, it's something that as a community we can look back on and say that we built that, as a team, as a community, rather than having these outside people come in. So, and I think in working on that project, I've noticed that Chris is a conscientious worker, and I feel like that, whatever project that he does work on is done to a high standard, and I'm sure that, his personal project would be no exception. He's going to do a good job, and this is just a real good opportunity to take something that, none of us want industrial in our backyard, but it is an opportunity to take that industrial and contain it in an aesthetically pleasing way. And I know Chris will do a good job doing that. So I would just ask you to, approve it and take the opportunity to confine what is otherwise just a mess throughout the county. All the different contractors that are having a hard time storing and maintaining and operating the equipment that they have, rather than trying to hide it in their backyard somewhere. So, anyway.
Thank you. Next. You're done? Okay, now the opposition. So, like I said, if you guys, the main speaker who will come up and do the main, I think somebody has a PowerPoint or something, and do that first. Well, have you got the PowerPoint? No, I just. Well, let's do the PowerPoint and everything like that first, because this is going to probably take a little longer, and then we'll do the speaker. And I got a list. I don't know if it's the list up there that the ones that are going to speak.
I put my name down before we left the break. So
I mean, I don't care about that so much.
I didn't know there was another place too. I asked the lady here, and she said, yeah, that's where.
Yeah, we want our names there, but the opposition presented this to us already. And you will be able to speak.
You can, it'd just be after this, from the opposition, the PowerPoint, just to get through that, and then if you have your name on there, then you come up.
Okay. And they might cover what you're going to say, so.
I'd like to say my.
Okay. Got the PowerPoint ready?
Yeah, we're ready. So we put this presentation together. This is the list of the items that we're going to be covering. It's
Okay,
9
so
items.
You got to say your name and address when you start.
I'm just going to speak at the end. I'm just letting you guys know what the presentation is going to be. There's 9 topics, and they're the names of the people.
Okay. But you talk, so would you please say your name and address? So.
Name is Maria Munio, and I live in Stone Creek Drive in Corscold.
My name is Dennis Burscheid. I live in Corscold, right off of Strawberry. The area topographic makes subjects parcel visible to neighbors from all directions. Beautiful areas with homes in very close proximity to the project. Homes are very close proximity in all directions. The first house is like 270 feet away. Area, topographic, shallow area surrounded by hills and mountains. To the south, the view from Stone Creek and Stone Ridge. To the north, view from Cutter Road. To the east, view from Meadow Springs Ranch. To the east, another view from Meadow Springs Ranch. To the west, a view from the Strawberry Road. And due to the way the sound carries throughout these mountains, the noise, the fumes, and the dust, they impact residents miles away. Up in our area, we can even hear our neighbors talk. And I think that's it, right? Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
Number 2 is Jim.
Yep. My name's Jim Hickling. I live on Lookout Mountain Drive in Meadow Springs Ranch. So the issue was raised again today at the June 5th Planning Commission, again today by the counsel for the applicant, stated the light industrial zoning in Coarse Gold was inadequate. So we did some research together with lots of people, and we found that, of course, like the area general plan, has more than 127 acres zoned LI. And the source for that was the 95 general plan approved by you folks in 2006. And we have verified 125 plus acres using ESRI database. Now, the ESRI database is the Environmental Systems Research Institute database. It's done GIS. Everybody uses it. If you're a contractor or you're a surveyor, or then the county uses it. And in this database, the county's APN number, who owns the parcel, and how it's zoned is loaded up in this database. It covers the entire county. So what we found that in Coarse Gold has more than 127 acres. Another 37 acres are zoned PDD or CC, which is commercial, contiguous to a zoned LI parcel. Parcel is in our area code, so it's in Coarse Gold. And in Oakhurst has more than 100 acres zoned LI or PDD and vacant. Other parcels are contiguous to LI property. It could be rezoned. It would not require a general plan amendment. The source, again, is the ESRI database. All of these parcels are within a 10-mile radius of the current parcel in question. So just to show you, in Oakhurst, there's 14 acres that are actually zoned LI. This is, you can look at this, and that the little thing in white is actually what shows up on the database. And if you look at it carefully, it's zoned LI. It's outlined in a light blue outline. On the bottom, there's 14.3 acres are all LI, and they're vacant. There's over 100 acres. Again, in the next slide, we have 50 acres zoned MU, which is multiple use. This is an area located just below the Masonic Temple. That parcel above them, I'll talk about that later. And there, it could be zoned, and it's right adjacent to a zoned LI parcel. The large parcel to the right, as you see in the lower right-hand side, are all LI. Most of it is actually occupied. I checked every parcel. Some a little bit in the lower bottom, but there's a huge parcel, 7.1 acres, owned by one individual that is zoned LI, and it's right adjacent to Highway 49. No residences nearby at all. Next. And in Oakhurst, again, there's a huge area zoned community commercial. It's occupied by True Value, Church, the Kaiser, the VA. The total area is 67 acres. There's about half of that occupied. The vacant area is about 30 acres. You go parcel by parcel and add it up. It's zoned, again, CC or mixed use, and it's adjacent to LI parcels. As a matter of fact, it's being used today to store heavy equipment, rock crushers, trailers, graders, and whatnot, just opposite the sheriff's station. Now, in Coarse Gold, there's an area by Road 200 in the post office district that is in the unincorporated area. There's about 50 acres that is vacant. It's actually, there's a sublease there to a propane vendor. The upper part of it is owned by
Madco?
Huh?
You Madco?
Not Matco. It's owned by the rock company. Why can't I ever think it? Outback. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's owned by Outback, and it is vacant, has a bunch of piles of rock in it. There's a sublease possibility there, according to my information. And again, then there's this large area in pink below. It's owned by a single individual, a company, and that is zoned CC PDD Plan Development. It's contiguous to an LI parcel, and you don't have to change the zoning plan to get that rezoned LI. Now, there is the area which is occupied by the propane company off to your right. That is about, as the applicant said, is 21 acres is what I got it out from the APN. I admit, this is not useful for anything except mountain goats. So while it is zoned LI and it is in the area. Now at the bottom, next slide. This is an area between, which was pointed out by the applicant and his legal counsel. It's from the carving station, from basically Fast Tire to the carving station. Fast Tire actually isn't in a zoned LI area, but it's definitely LI. But the entire area, if you can look up there, are over 10 parcels. 2 of them to the left are now continuously zoned LI, and if you go into Google, you'll see the same type of equipment in that area that is owned by the applicant. Long haul trucks, and there's an actual view of the site. You can see the storage areas at the top, and down at the bottom is the carving station. Okay, this next slide. So let's talk about spot zoning. As defined by the State of California Planning Guide, is a zoning of an isolated parcel in a manner which is inconsistent or incompatible with surrounding zoning or land uses, particularly if done to favor a particular landowner. This is a direct pick. Next slide. So if you again look at this slide, this parcel is right in the middle of a zoned residential area. For a mile around, if you draw a circle for a mile, you won't hit another industrial or mixed-use facility. It's all residential or ag. So this is spot zoning, and it is significantly impactful and not in the public interest. I'll be followed by.
Thank you.
Ellen Absher, and I'm a resident of Coarse Gold. And some of these issues were addressed by the lawyer. However, for the past 15 years, from 2002 to the present, the applicant has illegally stockpiled materials and dumped the asphalt, stone, concrete, and other debris on his rural residential property. He has illegally stored and operated heavy equipment, including hydraulic hammers and a home trailer. He's created a noise nuisance, which unfortunately you couldn't hear on that slide, but I've heard it. Illegally graded roads and pads on his residential property, allowed the County of Madera to illegally stage road resurfacing equipment on his property. He's illegally pumped polluted water from a pond on his property via a hose to Coarse Gold Creek, and he has illegally used his residential home parcel as an industrial storage facility. So as a result, Mr. Kuntz has been fined by the County of Madera. And in the following 3 pages, which I won't go through item by item, but I'll summarize. If you look at the blue highlighted text, it describes his applications to have his parcel rezoned. The red highlighted text are the official orders, code violations, and citations issued by the County of Madera, and the yellow highlighted text indicates illegal activities on Mr. Kuntz's residential property that have been witnessed, documented, and reported to Madera County by local residents. So since 2002 to the present, there have been 12 requests to change the zoning of the Kuntz rural residential property, the Coarse Code area plan, and the general plan. 6 requests have been denied. The application has been withdrawn twice and has been postponed 4 times. These are all different approaches, but with the same basic purpose. So in the same period, there have been 9 violation citations or notices issued by Madera County, including 2 stop notices, red tag stop work orders, and a cease and desist order. In addition, there have been over 25 incidents of illegal activity on the Kuntz residential property that have been reported by local residents to Madera County. And the California Regional Water Quality Control Board has also issued Mr. Kuntz a violation report and notice of violation for illegally pumping polluted water, stormwater, via a hose into Coarse Gold Creek, part of the federally impaired river system. So as you can see, over the past 15 years, he's repeatedly violated multitude of zoning ordinances, many of which have been abated. So what's going to change? Are the citations that were addressed, if the citations were addressed in a timely manner, as the applicant states, why would the county have to issue the 2 stop work notices, a red tag stop work order, and a cease and desist order? Why does the county issue multiple notice of violations and administrative citations for the same infractions? And is 3 years to address an infraction considered timely by the council? Why is the applicant, as of October 2017, still grading, dumping, and stockpiling materials? And why to this day is the lot still in violation? This demonstrates that the applicant has not been a good neighbor based on the established pattern and practice over the past 10-plus years. And what makes you think that if you change the zoning, anything would be different? Who will monitor this property? Who's going to make sure that these infractions do not occur over and over again? And on a personal note, I'm retired, my husband's retired, and we bought in rural residential Course Gold because we like the community. We like the rural residential atmosphere of Course Gold. And if I'd known that this was going to become an industrial zone, I never would have purchased property here. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Don Cortez, live on Lookout Mountain Drive, Course Gold. So segmenting or piecemealing a project undermines impact to public agencies and local residences. Per CEQA, which is California Environmental Quality Act, segmenting or piecemealing undermines the impact of a project and should not be allowed. Exactly what the applicant is doing with this project. 2002, 2005, and 2009 proposals of 30.12 AC divided into phase 1 and phase 2 are very similar proposals with a different approach. All denied by the Planning Department, Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors. Current new approach of 5-acre projects started with a parcel split request and is basically same as phase 1 of previous proposals. Starting with parcel split application 2014, note, intended use was not provided, only division into 2 parcels. Why was the applicant not forthcoming with intentions? We raised a concern to Madera County and were told the parcels would remain residential. The proposed project is a parcel map. There is a proposed change to the zoning of general plan. If that were the case, state law requires that this be noticed. There is no proposed use other than the division of the land. The zoning and general plan will remain residential. Jamie Bax, Madera County Planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joyce Cortez, Lookout Mountain, Meadow Springs subdivision, Course Gold. Cumulative impact to our community. Industrial site will house equipment, materials, and hazardous materials, chemicals. This is just a sampling of maybe or maybe not what Mr. Coons will have in his report. In addition, it will also house all the stuff currently stored at the applicant's home, which is zoned residential. This industrial heavy equipment maintenance and storage facility will subject our residential neighborhood to industrial heavy hydraulic equipment noise and backup beepers, diesel fumes and dust, dangerous conditions from industrial heavy equipment slowly entering and exiting Highway 41, potential environmental soil and water issues from hazardous substances to groundwater, contamination to Course Gold Creek, watersheds, and significant tributaries, all part of a federal impaired river system, visual eyesore, and will reduce property values. And I might remind you that all of us are on well waters in that area. And the adjacent property, our well water is monitored by the county. in Meadow Springs, but the adjacent properties are all private wells. School and retirement community in very close proximity. Failure to mention the school bus stop east side of Highway 41 at Vita Ranch Road and directly across from the proposed Highway 41 access. Applicant is also on-call standby with CDF, USDF, fire suppression resulting in traffic safety issues and noise 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from industrial heavy equipment entering and exiting Highway 41 and to and from the 5-acre and through remaining 25 acres. As fires occur all over the county and state, other than for his own convenience, there is no advantage to storing his heavy equipment near the CDF fire station, as he claims. The applicant is just one of dozens of others on call with CDF, USDF for fire suppression. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Dudek. I live on Lookout Mountain Drive in Coarse Gold, and I'm here to talk to you about the impact to the wells in the watershed. As most of you know, there is no water table. We have a very limited water source from hard rock fractures of unknown capacity. The groundwater use of 1,500 gallons a day, plus the filling of water trucks, would result in depletion of groundwater for surrounding residential homes and the fire protection, especially during periods of drought. Not to mention the landscaping that he is proposing. With such abundance of equipment and materials at the parcel, there is a very high probability of contaminants such as oils, diesel, hydraulic liquids, fluids, cleaners, and other petroleum products seeping into the ground, contaminating the wells and the watershed to the federally designated impaired river system. The applicant fails to mention existing significant watershed will receive direct runoff from the subject parcel. The watershed from the parcel flows into Coarse Gold Creek, which is a significant tributary to the Fresno River, which is a federal designated impaired river system, and subject to the Code of Federal Regulation, CF40 subset, mentioned in the 2009 Fish and Game Report, but ignored in the current report. As you can see, the adjacent creek is less than 1,000 feet, which is basically from the sign there and back, very short distance from the 5-acre parcel. On the south side, which feeds into the Coarse Gold Creek, which the applicant failed to mention. So there will be a high probability of contamination to the federal watershed from the runoff. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Boberg. I live off of North Star Lane in the Meadow Ridge development. I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old. Both of them go to Coarse Gold Elementary School, which is very close to the property we're talking about. What you don't know, if you haven't gone up to the site, is that if trucks leaving from the proposed driveway would be on several blind curves. It's tricky enough getting out of Vita Ranch Road, and we have clear line of sight with tourism and the tour buses and the heavy summer traffic. It's not always easy to pull out onto 41 with clear visibility, let alone with several blind turns, as you can see. This is from going north on Highway 41. You can see that there's not a lot of visibility and there are several large bushes. This is going south on 41 towards the property. You can see that, again, there's more large bushes which aren't on Mr. Kuntz's property. And there is a bus stop directly across where he's proposing his driveway. And I know Mr. Kuntz's lawyer said that residents would be more impactful than his construction equipment coming in and out, but my little sporty car can get out on 41 a lot quicker than a truck and pull in a lowboy with, 10,000-pound equipment. So I don't think that's entirely accurate. And here, where they're proposing their driveway, there's actually an elderberry bush. I see it in spring blooming, and the elderberry beetles are endangered, so unless he is gonna do something tricky and not notify Fish and Game, there's an elderberry bush right there, so. And then this is the proposed site from Vita Ranch Road. I just want to implore you guys to say no on this for my children, because not only am I taking my children to and from school, and when they get older, they'll be getting on the bus right there, but they're going to start driving, and that makes me nervous about them coming on 41 as it is, let alone with heavy equipment coming in and out. And I know several people, a close personal friend actually got in a wreck not too far from this stretch of 41. It's not a super safe highway as it is, let alone impacting it with the trucks. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Jack Lytle, and I live on Vita Ranch Road. We have a dangerous condition from Travel Highway 41 there. We need to go to the next one. Okay, this slide data shows that an increase of 14% increase between 2016 and 2015. The major assets beside this traffic is lacking in sight line for many vehicles entering this intersection on Highway 41. We have this facility at this particular location will create a dangerous traffic condition to an already dangerous highway. The danger record of this application of his driving has no bearing on it, as there's so many school buses and seniors and speeding tourists, intoxicated people leaving the casino, which they will react to very slow-moving vehicles. This location is just a few of the many accidents in the immediate area, right at the bottom of Vita Ranch Road. Accidents that took place in 2016, right in front of Vita Ranch Road. A rear-end collision just north of Vita Ranch Road involving 2 residents in December of 2016 and November 2011. A head-on crash on 41 near Stone Creek Block, Highway 41, for traffic for over an hour. The traffic blocked up for a mile in both directions. A second accident was reported near Cal Fire, right at the bottom of Vita Ranch Road. 2/23/18, a 4-vehicle accident blocked both lanes of Highway 41 for over an hour, just south of Corsco. 3/9/18, a 3-vehicle accident blocked Highway 41 just south of Corsco at Fast Tire. That's a very open area near Fast Tire. 6/26/18, an accident on 41 at Conklin. Stopped traffic, an occupant was pinned down and airlifted. Just last Thursday, just less than a week ago, a 2-car accident at Highway 41 and 416. One of the drivers was airlifted to the hospital. We checked the visibility sight line for those drivers, and it was 355 yards of visibility. Monitoring the traffic at that point, we found the average time for a vehicle to reach this accident was less than 10 seconds. At the site in question, the sight line for entering 41 is 98 yards. And it's not an accurate 98 yards, it's even less than that, but we can't get down the hill to get an accurate measure. But it is less than 98 yards. These vehicles will have less than 4.5 seconds before entering the intersection. A 40-ton piece of equipment accelerating from this stop, coming up that slight-in grade, is going to have some difficult time taking off. I have 39 years experience operating heavy equipment and owning equipment like this for Roth Crane Service. It's going to take a truck of this size hauling something You're going to have to set his air brakes and get ready to have an opening. It's going to take at least 10 seconds to get across that intersection and get in the other lane. And then there's going to be a problem with the car traffic going north. There's not 10 seconds of room for him to get out of the way of the cars coming around the corner. It's going to be extremely dangerous. And I say this, and I would chose not to speak here, but they felt like I had more experience operating heavy equipment than anybody in our area. I'm not opposed to Mr. Kuntz. I'm opposed to having somebody seriously hurt because he wants to have a road there. It's just not a very safe thing to do. If anybody has any questions about the experience of my driving or what I've learned on a road in 39 years of seeing accidents, having trains remove railroad cars and planes and cars off of people that are killed, you can ask me now.
Any question?
Yeah, I have a question. Where do you live, sir? Pardon? Do you live on Data Ranch Road? Yeah. How much experience?
We can't, hey, we can't do that way. We don't have your name or nothing, so.
I'll answer his question.
I know, but he's got to come up and. It don't count. I know. Okay. It's just, we got to run this like we're supposed to, so we got to have the name and address of everyone they're speaking in that, so it's on record, see? So I'm not trying to deny, we just don't talk out of in the public. It don't work. So thank you.
Thank you.
And if he's got any question to ask you after this, after the thing, then you can come up and answer.
My name is Maria Munio, and I'll go over the conclusion for you guys. I live in Stone Creek Drive in Corscoll, and as a matter of fact, this is my home right here. And as you can see, I'm less than 270 feet from the proposed project. Before I go on, I'd like to state that when I purchased my home, what was conveyed to me was a vision of a gated community of custom homes. At no time was I informed that the residential nature of the community was in jeopardy. Had that been the case, I would never have bought my property. We have shown that the general plan and coastal area plan have incorporated proper zoning and that they are better suited locations for this type of business. We have shown the area topography, which allows the site is visible to many, not just a few like they have stated. It's in very close proximity to homes and has therefore very heavy impact. It constitutes spot zoning and clearly not in the public interest. It's a danger to all who travel Highway 41. As an established business, it offers no economical benefits to the community. We've shown the applicant's pattern of practice of violating zoning laws and regulations for the past 15 years. This facility clearly denies residents a legally entitled right to peaceful enjoyment of home and life. And I just want to point out, in case you haven't seen it, we have provided a petition with 121 signatures for local residents that all strongly opposing this project. Furthermore, this general plan amendment rezoning not only allows industrial heavy equipment and material storage at this location, it facilitates and encourages future expansion, which is of great concern to all of us. Approval of this project would be in violation of the Madera County Municipal Code of Ordinance, which states light industrial uses means those trades or industries of a restrictive character which are not detrimental to the district nor to the adjoining residential areas by reason of appearance, noise, dust, smoke, or odor. We, the local residents of this community, expect the county to follow the established code of ordinances, maintain separation between residential and incompatible non-residential land uses, provides for responsible growth, maintain a strong sense of community and cooperation, and preserve and maintain the rural character and quality of the county. Our plea to the Board of Supervisors is to act to provide for responsible growth, enforce the Coastal Area Plan and General Plan, and support the Planning Commission and staff recommendation of denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, that's all you have on your list?
That's the end of the presentation, yes.
Okay, that's the end of the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Maria. Now then, if anybody's got any additional stuff that they didn't cover, And if it's the same things, you can say it if you want to, but we can move on, get a decision sooner if not, but go ahead.
My name is Frank Gilb. I live at 46001 Strawberry Road, and I am one of the gifted who have a 24/7, 365 view of the property. I think it's important to bottom line you here. I don't have a lot of stats. I don't have a lot of information that would be really good to have, but this is what I do have. If you think about this, the question becomes, is this in the best interest of the county of Madera? If we, the people of the county of Madera, is this something that's important to the quality of our life? I would submit to you that it doesn't even register on the scale. Then the question is, does this meet the expectations of we, the people of Coarse Gold? I would submit to you that based on Coarse Gold's plan, the underlying message here is rural tranquility. There is only one individual who benefits from this activity, and that's Mr. Kuntz. I would submit to you that the reason why this move is being made is because Mr. Kuntz is tired of having this stuff at his place. In situations where we have this concentration of heavy-duty equipment, we also have a concentration of petroleum byproducts. We also have a concentration of those accoutrements that accompany heavy-duty equipment, tires, parts, and all types of both used and new. Coarse Gold Creek is a fragile, had already been designated as a fragile area. Gentlemen, we have been through this before. This is not a benefit to Madera County, nor is it a benefit for the city of Coarse Gold. It is strictly a benefit of Mr. Kuntz, and it's because he is tired of living in violation currently with the equipment at his place. I would ask you to seriously consider the jeopardy in which you will place my town, my city, with regard to the potential of disaster for Coarse Gold Creek and Highway 41. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Frank.
Good afternoon. My name is Bing Hoylo. I'm an 18-year resident of Coarse Gold. I think the residents of Coarse Gold did an excellent job presenting all the reasons to disallow this petition. But as the supervisors, I also understand now the ball is in your court, and you can choose, if you wish, to ignore the fact so many tax-paying voters are against the zoning change for obvious reasons. It's going to diminish their property values and their quality of life. And as one of the prior, at the Planning Commission, one of the commissioners made a very good statement, I thought. He said that changes to the general plan and the Coarse Gold area plan should be the exception, not the rule. And there should be a real good reason if you're going to make those changes, because the public comes in, spends hundreds of thousands of dollars developing parcels in your county, and then they're sold this as a residential area, and if we change that at a drop of a hat with no real good reason, what kind of signal are we sending to people? What kind of what signal are we sending to people that are coming here that want to build here? It's not a good signal. You can also choose to ignore the fact that this is an unmistakably spot zoning and that no public need has been illustrated by Mr. Cook or by Mr. Kuntz. Mr. Kuntz's assertion at the prior Planning Commission hearing that he has been unlawfully operating for 26 years because no land was available that was zoned for his usage. I find that kind of laughable. In 26 years, he wants me to believe none of this land that was zoned that he could have used was ever available for him? In 26 years, really? You know, I submit that Mr. Kuntz used this land and now is applying for this rezoning because he's been cited numerous times and there's a large public outcry. And now he's trying to legitimize his actions by this. The Coarse-Gold Area Plan was developed by residents in Coarse-Gold. This county came to us. I was on that board, so were several people here. We were told if you want to have an impact on how Coarse-Gold develops, develop an area plan. Put it all in there. Okay? We did. So when Mr. Cook states that this zoning was ignored, it wasn't ignored. It was intentionally put in as limited zoning because everybody at that time wanted this to be residential only. We wanted a minimum amount of commercial. We wanted it then, and we want it now. It has to be read for the way it was written. For the record, I want to make just one final point. 10 years ago, approximately 10 years ago, this county and the supervisor sitting at this board stepped out in front of all of the counties by cracking down on illegal parcel splits in these mountains, a violation of the MAP Act. Some of you might remember that, okay? And they did a pretty good job on that. It basically says that splitting parcels, if it's not done properly, creates a subdivision and it's illegal. And now I'm not a lawyer here, but if you look at the parcel maps and the way they have been split on Mr. Kuntz's property, you're looking at a possible violation of the MAP Act here. 14 parcels were created by his property and 2 consecutive parcels which are touching on his property. It should have been 4. Now, if this board decides to rezone,
Make it quick.
my last comment, if this board decides to rezone, you're sending 3 bad messages. One to the rest, we all have to comply with the ordinance. Mr. Kuntz didn't have to, okay? You're disregarding the residential wishes of the people that made this area plan. They're specific in what they wanted up here, residential, very little commercial. And it appears that if the board rezones this, it could look, if it turns out that there's a violation of the MAP Act, you could be complicit in this. And as a taxpayer here, I don't like that.
Okay, thank you.
Good day. My name is Bruce Gray. I live on Millstream in Madera County. And yes, these people have done a very good job, and very few items on my list left. Number 1 was water. Water was brought up as quality of water. Well, I don't have really an issue with the quality. I have an issue with the quantity. I live almost adjacent to the Madera Quarry, and they had an issue in which they were providing water for the widening of 41 for the passing lanes. And they sold Teicher, or however you pronounce it, construction company, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water for compaction, dust control, and things of that nature for plants and whatnot to get this project going. We are all around there on a hard rock system, and we were miffed at they were allowed to take hundreds of I'm talking about dozens of 5,000-gallon tanker trucks a day going out and delivering water because they sold it to them. And so Mr. Kuntz on his equipment list has listed at least 2 water trucks. There's nothing stopping him from taking those water trucks because he needs the water for compaction and dust control, because he is a grading contractor, from taking that water from his facility, if it is rezoned for his facility, and using it with no recourse from anybody. At that time, me and several others in the area went to the county and asked them, what about this? Can they do this legally? And they said, it's their property, it's their water. They can do nothing. So there's a question of water quality, and there's a question of water quantity. That's one. I'm president of Madera Oversight Coalition. I'm representing them here today. And it is Madera Oversight Coalition belief that if this 5-acre parcel is rezoned, there is nothing stopping Mr. Coons from rezoning the remainder, 25 acres, into light industrial. This would give him his past request 3 times, 4 times, whatever it was, to turn this into a 30-acre Phase 1 and Phase 2 project. Last but not least, I submitted a information sheet regarding Government Access Code 65358, amendments to adopted general plans. Item A, if it is deemed to be in the public interest, the legislative body may amend all or part of an adopted general plan. And this keynote here is if it deems to be in the public interest. Now, Foothills Community Coalition versus County of Orange was a lawsuit presented in January 13, 2014. And in it, they made a determination, and these people here have put together enough information to show you that we don't believe that it's in the public interest. The county nor the applicant has shown enough information in our estimation that it shows that it is in the best interest of the county.
Thank you.
Our end interest. Yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce.
Now you can.
Yes. Constance Peterson, Enchanted Oaks Drive in Corscold.
I didn't hear your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, Enchanted Oaks Drive in Corscold.
No, I didn't hear your name.
Oh, Constance Peterson. My question is, what kind of message do we want to send to other people in our community? Mr. Coons has been allowed to do this for illegally putting all this equipment on this property for I don't know how many years. And so if we say it's okay, we're going to reward him now because he just kept going on and kept hammering at his wants, then somebody else is going to say, well, I don't have to follow the law either because Mr. Coons didn't, and he got rewarded by getting to have his property rezoned. And he's in a violation, but nothing's happening. You saw the pictures his lawyer put in of his vehicle still parked there, and his lawyer showed a picture of somebody in Vita Ranch on my development that has something going on exactly like Mr. Coons, and why should he go and do anything different? Because you get rewarded if you just have a friend on the board. And so I'd like to see us say, no, in Madera County, when we say something, we mean it, and you cannot go against the law and just hope that your friends will later on let you get your wishes and wants and not have to follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning. Afternoon.
My name is Angela Pedlico. I live off of Lookout Mountain in Corscold. This industrial heavy equipment storage maintenance facility is inconsistent and incompatible with the master plan and the Corscold area plan, both voted on by everyone. There have been no changes in our community since adoption of those plans to justify rezoning. Since 2002, when applicants' first of 4 attempts to create an industrial facility were rejected, more than 130 additional homes have been built surrounding the subject parcel, further entrenching the residential zone status of our neighborhood. If it wasn't compatible in 2002, 2005, or 2009, it can't be compatible in 2018. The county can't encourage residential and subdivision development and then dump an industrial heavy equipment facility in the middle of it. This is spot zoning at its worst, resulting in a cumulative impact to our groundwater, creeks, noise, pollution, traffic, safety, and neighborhood ambiance. The remaining 25+ acres were rendered useless for residential development. The project does not advance the health, safety, or welfare of our community, but benefits only the applicant in business since at least 1997. This isn't a new business or employment to the area. The applicant just wants a location convenient to his home on Stone Creek, a quarter mile from this parcel. County of Madera already adopted changes to general plans specifically creating 3 locations, which were already discussed, so I won't repeat them again. The land use objective for our neighborhood in the Madera Master Plan and the Corscold Area Plan is strictly residential. This project is detrimental by blight on our idyllic, mountainous, picturesque view, incompatible 2,400 square foot corrugated metal building, multitude of heavy diesel equipment and trailers, some as long as 60 feet, incompatible noise of backup beepers, crashing metal, acceleration, deacceleration of heavy equipment, which bounces off the mountains heard over 1,000 feet away. creating a dangerous condition for those drivers and passengers on Highway 41 from the slow acceleration, deceleration of heavy equipment entering exit 41 with blind curves in either direction, losing legally entitled rights or peaceful enjoyment of our homes. Don't even try to compare the 24-hour, 7 days a week noise of this industrial facility to the occasional siren from the Cal Fire Station. Most importantly, we all purchased homes here knowing the existence of the fire station, whom, by the way, have been very good neighbors. The Coarse-Gold Area Plan, derived from the Madera Master Plan, mandates protection of existing and future residential areas from incompatible non-residential uses, apply land use patterns in keeping with the community's character, develop noise-sensitive land uses away from existing highways, preserve and enhance the existing rural environment, and to ensure the integrity of the community's lifestyle. Maintain such rural character through growth and management that applies and strictly adheres to the plan's land use designations. Retain views and vistas, particularly from major highways. Retain clear air, quiet, noise-free characteristics of a mountain area. At least the past 15 years, applicants' illegal actions have shown flagrant disregard of county laws and ordinances. It is unfair and unjust for surrounding residents to have the onus to be consistently vigilant of the illegal activities of the applicant in our legal, rightful attempt to maintain peaceful, quiet enjoyment of our lives and homes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Helen Brome from Coarse-Gold, and I've spoken here before, and I would like to address something very quickly. I know that I'm hoping that you've all decided not to vote for this. I would like to address something that this young woman said a few minutes ago regarding code enforcement that evidently hasn't produced any changes in the practices on this piece of property. And I'd like to know perhaps something you would address. I think the grand jury has recently addressed some of those shortcomings. And I think that some of the past fines that supposedly were assessed but I don't believe have been paid could help with the county budget. And I kind of wonder maybe if we need a code enforcement agency and maybe we could use that money otherwise in the county. The other thing I would like to address is that if any of you supervisors have any personal relationship with Mr. Kuntz or his family, I would hope that you recuse yourself from voting for this. Thank you.
Any other opposition? Okay, now we'll go back to the opponents and see what you want to rebut any of it.
Thank you again, Russell Cook, on behalf of Mr. Kuntz, who's actually coming up, and maybe I'll defer to him. And I, go ahead. All right. The only, I mean, one of the speakers, and well, I think it was Mr. Geld, Frank Geld, indicated what is in the best interest of the county, and what is in the best interest of the Coarse-Gold area, and what is in the best interest of the county and the best interest of the Coarse-Gold area is to have sufficient zoning for those collateral things like light industrial to allow people to live in the area, to work in the area without having to contact Tykert and bring them up from Fresno or from someplace else to do road grading, building pads, things like that. The fact is that there are 4 acres zoned and used as light industrial in the Coarse-Gold area. There is some in the Oakhurst area. There are other zones that aren't light industrial that were referred to, but there are 4 acres used and zoned. And that includes the Serpa Canyon location that has 30 acres, but it's on the side of a cliff. So in the best interest of the county and the best interest of the citizens of the county in the Coarse-Gold area, I believe that it is appropriate to allow the rezone and the amendment to the general plan to allow light industrial to occur. And this kind of became a little bit of a bash session of Mr. Kuntz, and that's unfortunate because the zoning still needs to be available in the county and in the location. So there's not hugely expensive construction costs in the Coarse Gold area and in Oakhurst area. And I will defer to Mr. Kuntz.
On the matter, my name is Chris Kuntz, I'm the applicant. On all these red tags and citations, the cease and desist was because people were using my property as parking areas. A lot of them said they thought it was county.
Chris, talk into the microphone a little better, maybe lift it up. You can lift, it'll move up. Yeah.
The cease and desist, I think, that was mentioned was trucks thinking this was a county piece of property along the highway. So I didn't run these trucks and trailers and buses and garbage trucks off my property because it was a benefit to the local areas. These people could transfer their trucks there. The garbage companies, when they went up the Vita Ranch Road, they all transferred their garbage trucks on my property. I had no problem with it. I understand the necessity for pull-off areas so they can do this. But I'm the one that got cited and violated for the cease and desist. The other seal coat operation, Granite Construction just overtook that open property along the highway there. And once again, the county got on me about thought it was me using that as a, gravel plant, and everybody thinks that I got paid for using that. I almost got in an argument with the granite foreman because they hadn't even asked me for permission to use that property, and they just went ahead and did it. And that was a benefit to Meadow Springs because they chip sealed their roads. I do take exception to several times it's been mentioned that the only one that's going to benefit from this is me. I do take exception to that. In the late 80s and early 90s, I was on the Coarse Gold Rodeo Board. I was the sole sponsor for the Rodeo Board 1 year, and I stayed on that committee for 6 years. We sponsored baseball teams, soccer teams. The Yosemite High School, we did extensive work there with the bridges, parking lots, new cafeterias. To build and complete 2 of the baseball fields at Yosemite High School couldn't be completed because a huge piece of rock in the way, so I donated my drilling and blasting to get rid of this rock, which was about $20,000 worth of drilling and blasting. The Sugar Pine Christian Camp, it's up Highway 41, their budget didn't allow for drilling and blasting. I donated $24,000 worth of drilling and blasting for the Sugar Pine Christian Camp. The Sierra Pines Church needed drilling and blasting and removal of rock. I donated that. So that's just a little part of what I've donated to the community. And when I hear people say that the only benefit's going to be me is not even close to being the truth, because these accusations have come from people that have just moved in and they don't want to see me around. And I could go on and pat myself on the back for what I've donated to the community. So I do take exception to that. This zoning started with Tony Warden. I don't know if Tony's still here or not, but he was on the part of the Coarse Gold area plan in the beginning. And I knew that someday I was going to have to move out of my location and try to find a decent place to operate my business out of. So I started going to those meetings in Coarse Gold to introduce myself and try to find a place that was adequate for my business. Diane Bolin from Course Gold was the head of that committee, as probably some of you know. Diane was the head of the commercial and industrial development for that Course Gold area plan. I tried to contact Diane Bolin, I don't know how many times, and sat at her office waiting for a response or a sit-down meeting with her so I could suggest this piece of property before I bought it, to get some feedback from her. She completely ignored my phone calls, sitting in her office. She didn't show up at her office. She wouldn't get in contact with me. Between her and Gary Gilbert, I think they just kind of brushed me aside so it wouldn't conflict with any of her zoning on her flea market areas there in Course Gold. But that's a big political deal, and I think Tony kind of got caught up in that. But there's a lot more history to how that all went about. Maria Munoz, before she bought her house there on Stone Creek Drive, I introduced myself to that builder developer, and I said, you absolutely need to let Maria know that I have to move out of here someday with my equipment, and I intend on going right over there to that site with my equipment. So please let a future buyer know that's what my intentions are. I don't know if they told them or not, but I absolutely did tell them that I was intending on moving over there. Maria is the closest one to this project. The water quality, it says that I'm going to be using 1,500 gallons a day. I couldn't imagine myself using 1,500 gallons a day unless I have to landscape the entire 30 acres or whatever. And then also it was brought up that why did he get a lot split on 30 acres or 5 acres from 30 acres? Now does he intend on adding that 30 acres in? That original 30 acres was not my idea. That came from the county, Ray Beach, that wanted to talk to me about maybe a future Course Gold sewer site. And he said, well, instead of just taking a few acres and zoning those light industrial, let's take it to the county and encompass the whole 30 acres. And I thought, well, fine, okay, well, you're going to help me try to get this thing through. If you want a sewer plant site someplace else, something happened, something political, he got relieved or fired or whatever, he went bye-bye and just dropped me like a hot potato. So that was the end of that, but it wasn't my intention to do the whole 30 acres, and that's why I downsized it to 5 acres.
Okay, is
I
there
don't
much
need-
more different stuff, Chris?
That was about it.
Okay. Okay, we've had a revote. I'm going to close the hearing and bring it back to the board. If you've got any questions. Mr. Frazier.
I also hate when things get into character assassination of applicants and proponents and opponents. There was a little bit of that today, but everybody in this room, we've all done good things for our community, and every single person in this room has screwed up at some point for their community. I'm still waiting for my first time I screw up. Just kidding.
You want me to tell you one?
Yeah, I know. But you know, I first got into local politics because somebody told me at the city that I couldn't put a business in it's a home, but it's zoned commercial, and somehow the city had said, yeah, it's zoned commercial, but it's a non-conforming building, and you can't put a business in there, even though there was a business already in there. And I thought, that's silly, so I ran for election and won in the city of Madera. So I'm sympathetic to wanting to do what you want to do with your property, and obviously you have what you think is the highest and best use, which is moving your equipment over to there. But at some point, when you're no longer there, we now have a zoned light industrial park that could be used for any number of things that could be very different from your use. and would have a large impact on the community. And so our long-term planning and zoning looks at the overall community and what fits in those areas, and that's how we're to apply it for the long term, so that while your business may not have the impact, you're only sending out one truck a day, the next use could be sending out 15 or 20. And so we have to look at what is the overall best interest of the community, not the private interest for that. On the 5 acres that you're looking to rezone to light industrial, and I think the point was made that it would not, there wouldn't be that much impact as if it would be for 30 acres of houses. Well, is the other 25 acres going to go into a permanent conservation so that nothing could be developed on that? Or is that going to then be used to be zoned light industrial? Or are you going to put another, 10 splits on the lots and have 20 homes in there as well, creating even more traffic coming out? The public hearing is closed.
Speculation.
Well, even if it was kept at just the rural residential, which you can do by zoning, there'd be a huge impact coming out of there, including the trucks that will be coming in and out for the light industrial. And the point that we had looked at earlier in the Coarse Gold area plan that you brought forward, a lot of compelling material was shown as in a 10-mile radius where there's availability of these sites to be able to operate the business still within a local area. You had said 4 acres. I never really got the math on that, because you had said this site is 2 acres, this site is 2 acres, another site was another 2 acres, then obviously the 30 acres on Serpa was unbuildable. But just in the list, it seemed like there was like 8 to 10 acres. And so it doesn't seem like there was a shortage that would necessitate changing this. In a lot of these hearings, we hear the term NIMBY, the not in my backyard. But it seems like I've never seen an applicant not want something in their backyard, but then I'm not willing to let it be put into somebody else's backyard, out of taking it from your house to somebody else's backyard. And so I don't feel that I can support this, especially with our planning commission, which I put a lot of faith and trust in their decisions, came back at 4-1. And I feel like we should be holding up to what they believe. What I see in this too is I'm not going to let it go out of your backyard into somebody else's.
Any other members? County Council, I want to ask you, the one lady said that if they're friends, you shouldn't vote. How would that work? I mean, everybody I know, everything I ever voted on, I think I had some friend on it.
Right, so a friendship with an applicant doesn't qualify as a conflict that would require you to not discuss or vote on this matter. If there's any, for example, financial benefit that you would receive for voting one way or the other on this item, then that's a different type of conflict where you might need to recuse yourself from this public hearing, but that would also should have taken place prior to the entire discussion. So just the relationship with the applicant in and of itself without something more is not a conflict.
Okay. Well, just that same woman, Helen Broom, I actually talked Chris Kuntz probably 10 years ago to go up there at Indian Lakes and clean out those lakes for free. And didn't cost them or the county any money. So that's the relationship I have with him, but never no dollar amount. So.
Yeah, and Chairman, my standard response is also, my opinion doesn't ultimately matter. The regulating body is FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission. And so I'll always just say, when in doubt, sit it out. But just based on a friendship alone, I feel confident that you don't have a conflict of interest.
Right. Oh, I didn't think so. And then staff on that fast tire, which is one of the ugliest things on Highway 41 going from Yosemite to Fresno. That's not light industrial, somebody said?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to speak just on a couple items that were brought up during the hearing about acreages and what was identified within the Coarse Gold Area Plan. I want to make it clear that the area plan does allocate and have 84 acres of light industrial within the boundaries of the Coarse Gold Area Plan. The fast tire, that is in that planned Coarse Gold Area Plan designation of light industrial, as is the property
And there's a
to the
couple just
east.
a quarter mile from this.
Yeah, it's a big square area there and that existing business has been there for a long, long
Well,
time.
the tire company's only been there a couple of years. Before it was a little garage.
It was an automobile repair shop,
Right.
yes, but it's been a commercial entity certainly well before the 2006.
So is that where the fire station is? Is that part of that square?
No, the
How about
tire
where the
shop
car-
is
How
quite a
about where the
bit
carving station, where the gas station used to be? Is that part of it?
part of the light industrial.
Yeah.
84 acres.
Yeah, that is, those two sites, the tire shop and the carving spot, those are in that same block. There's multiple parcels there that are in the light industrial area.
And that's also residential?
There is residential there, yes. Remember though, I think in 2006 when it was done, those were two existing businesses that had been in place for a long time.
How about the RV park?
The RV park is not industrial. RV parks actually go into ag and residential zone districts that
And
are.
all three of those are within a half mile of this property?
Yeah, I don't have the specific distances away from them. No, and I think, from when staff reviewed the application, when we've had the hearings dating all the way back to 2002, right? There's a lot of history on the
Right.
entitlement action on this. Certainly you have the commercial core and the downtown kind of corridor for Coarse Gold and key locations of commercial property that's sited near key intersections. You certainly have the outliers of businesses that were in existence probably prior to the zoning ordinance being in effect, that have been there at least in some fashion for several decades.
Yeah, that 34 acres that keeps bringing up about where the propane company is, it is steep and straight up and down. Now, why would they make that commercial when it's halfway between Coarse Gold and Oakhurst? Out of nowhere, it's right in the residential area and unbuildable. And it's
Yeah.
not 34 acres, I don't care what anybody says, they put that in there, and if you're counting that part of that 84 acres, you should take it off because it's unbuildable.
Yeah, and that too, Supervisor, is another instance on a business that was in place decades prior to 2006 in the area plan. And I'm certain when they looked at that, realized we have an existing business here, and we should plan accordingly based on that business.
But why would they have put the whole 34 acres or 37, whatever it is, into it? When they knew it's unbuildable.
Yeah,
Anybody knows.
a lot of it's unbuildable, but it is one parcel, right? And it's common practice, right, on a land use and a planning exercise, and when you're laying out these plans, to try to avoid split zoning on proproperties and
There is
parcels.
split zoning all over.
There is a lot of split zoning, yes, but it's
Right
not
north,
ideal.
like I can tell you the one, 7 acres right there on 221 and 200, so, which never should have been done, but that's okay. But, okay, Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Get the screen right there. This kind of brings you to a trepidation when you have these kind of conflicts between neighbors, and it's age-old. It happens almost in every subdivision and in every outlying community. We've had similar problems in every area that happen. Matt, we have an ordinance allowing, basically we developed a mom and pop ordinance for certain size parcels for people to operate out of. Explain that to me once, please.
Yeah, and Supervisor, if what I think you're possibly getting at is we do have some mixed-use industrial zoning that was put into place some time ago. It does have very, very strict limitations and restrictions.
Right.
And the storage.
It's not as expansive. That
Correct.
would include something like that.
The outdoor storage of operating equipment and contractor storage yard would not be something that would be compatible with that zoning ordinance.
Right.
To be honest, though, I mean, the light industrial is certainly compatible with this use, which is, I'm sure, the instance on Mr. Kuntz's request to go to that. But, you know, we do allow this type of use in multiple different zone districts with different entitlements as well. Conditional use permits in our commercial zone districts would permit contractor storage yards. Light industrial allows it by right, heavy industrial by right. Planned development, so long as you're consistent with the general plan, would also permit this type of use by a conditional use permit, which typically wouldn't come to the board. It's a lesser impactful. So.
Right, so there would be stricter conditions on operating something like that. Several of the arguments that were made, I think, are, let me just point something out too. We don't operate by mob rule, so I don't, take into consideration that there were, 50 people that wanted this and 10 that didn't, or the opposite. We don't operate by mob rule. We're not a pure democracy. We're a representative government. And the benefit of that is that an individual cannot be trampled by other people, no matter how much they don't like him or her or whatever another person's doing. So that is I think that's an important thing to note, that just because you've got so many over here and so many over here, that doesn't make a difference. The laws protect the rights of a single individual as much as they do the masses. One of the things that I noted was the argument for noise. And it didn't make sense to me, simply because you live on a highway, Highway 41, and I happen to know, having driven on that highway, that you get hundreds of trucks and cars, and it's continuous. And I'm sure pulling those hills, you hear diesels all the time. So I don't know that that's a legitimate argument against the project. You have the Cal Fire Station across the street. I wanted to ask staff, can conditions be put on a zoning like this? Can it be conditioned upon certain things?
Supervisor, you bring up a good point. Yes, in a number of instances, conditions can be placed on projects, and there are requirements in the ordinances of the county that mandate specific improvements.
Like operating hours, or
correct.
As an example, a large berm for aesthetic improvement, and a condition that it be maintained in a certain condition, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I would say the ordinance for the type of use, our current existing ordinance does mandate that concrete masonry block wall for this type of use for contractor storage, outdoor storage. That's in there. I mean, it would be a point to note, right, that the primary, and not to delve into it, but staff, the planning commission was recommended of denial was based a lot on the spot zoning designation, and that we do have the industrial, and certainly that is a concern that staff had brought and has brought and does have with the development of the project. Certainly there are conditions, and there are conditions that would be required if the project were to be approved. That's there's no question of that. But it's, the concern, I think, primarily voiced by the Planning Commission and certainly at the staff level was the creation of this surrounding by the residential that exists out there.
And lastly, I wanted to address this concern of water use. I don't think it would be proper for the applicant to fill trucks in that site for use in other areas. I don't think that would be a proper thing to allow, and I don't know how that can be restricted or limited.
There's certainly requirements that are clear in county ordinance that no transporting of water outside of the county is permitted. And as far as transporting groundwater to adjacent properties within the county, it's really a water entitlement and water law practice that we have had concerns voiced. We do look at that, but there is some legality issues certainly to be looked at.
Right. I know this is still kind of in process situation where the law is concerned, but I share Mr. Gray's concern about that project taking water and selling it. That's just not fair to the surrounding residents at all, and to the people who rely on that water to live. So, I mean, there's a point at which you injure your neighbors, and that's not right either. So something needs to be maybe dealt with there systematically. Anyway, that's all the questions I have.
On the berm, can that replace the block wall?
The ordinance specifically calls out for the construction of the block wall per the ordinance. So
it is ugly though.
You have to do both maybe.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to have done a berm. And then the elderberry bush, that's been lifted. There's no more restrictions on the elderberry bush, right?
that is correct, Supervisor. Within Madera County, it is not threatened or endangered. It's shown to not be within its pattern of where it's located. So yes, it's not. That's a relatively recent, the last 2 to 3 years, that was lifted. And shockingly, I don't know that Fish and Wildlife and those entities have gotten out in front of that and voiced that. But,
well, they haven't
in
voiced
discussions
it,
with Caltrans.
It came out as a decision because they haven't found a
correct
elderberry beetle in Madera County since like 1910 or something. So, Supervisor Frazier.
So those conditions, those would be conditions that would be placed on like a conditional use permit after the zoning, right? You can't. Can you place conditions on zoning?
So,
and then I have a question for County Council after.
Yeah, so there are, for example, Caltrans has requirements and stated that, prior to encroachments, they would not do that. But you are correct. There's standards that have to be met, like this block wall. The noise element, that's a general plan statement and an element within the general plan. So I'm sorry if I misspoke. Typically, certainly you don't want to look at conditioning on a practice basis. Zoning.
Yeah, we don't just have block walls around
no.
zone industrial parks. It's based on what the use is after that.
Correct.
And then County Council, so back to if we do this for the 5 acres and then the 25 acres then wants to come in and light industrial, are we putting ourselves in jeopardy of, through CEQA, of piecemeal development? Sorry, that just came up.
No, that's okay. Chairman, members of the board, there is, what's before you today, if you wanted to do that, then as long as there's a public entrance and you're lawfully allowed to do that, there are parties that would claim it's in violation of CEQA. However, we've worked with staff and what's presented to you today and the options presented to you today would be lawful. It's not saying it wouldn't be subject to challenge, but if you wanted to allow for it, then my recommendation would be to give staff the opportunity to bring back a resolution to set forth the findings to make sure that our record is completely clear. We wouldn't continue the public hearing. The public hearing has been closed, but we'd continue the item for a date specific to do the administrative work that needs to be done.
Yeah, and if I could just expand slightly on that, Supervisor, I don't know that you would have, speaking openly, on a piecemealing, and Regina will correct me, on this action. There may be an argument if the applicant came forth with a further application.
That's what I mean.
At that standpoint. So.
I'm just looking ahead.
Yeah.
Supervisor Poitras.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I make a motion?
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the proposed amendment to the general plan.
Second.
Roll call?
No. Oh, Max has something. Max has something.
Oh, I'm sorry, Max.
It's all right. A comment was made about mob rule. Well, I don't see it as mob rule when I see so many people that are interested in this project voicing their opinion. I feel that you're concerned citizens about a project that's being proposed in your area where you live. And in the past, I have voted against some projects, the rock quarry, because majority of the people in that area didn't believe it was correct. I lost, doesn't matter. But the point is, what I'm trying to say is, you're concerned citizens. What I'm going to ask you now, Matt, is the interest of this property, is it directly into 41?
Yes, sir.
It is.
The access would
Right
be
across the
41.
street, the fire station, they have a road that's right, is that correct? On the map, I interpret it, say it's a road that goes all the way to Vector?
Yeah, Vita Ranch Road is what serves the fire station off of 41.
Which is safer as far as 41. 41 is a very, very dangerous road. It is getting more so. Tom and I have discussed putting double lines, non-passing lines along that road, which it already has, but there's some areas that don't have it. And there's a lot of people have lost their life recently in doing things that not supposed to be doing, but it happens. So, having said that, I haven't decided which way I'm going to go on this project. I have so much sympathy for this man here. He's got property, he invested, he lives in the community, he has been there for years and years and years, and I think he's done right by the community there. But he has so much opposition to what he proposes. So, having said that, I'm still thinking, but generally what I do is I go along with what a lot of people that show up. They took the time to come down here and voice their opinion. And in most cases, I go with the people that live in that area. And hopefully I'm doing right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 No.
No. You said no to stop it?
$10.
Max?
He said yes to the motion, right?
Right.
Okay.
Would you repeat the motion again so we can all, it's clear?
Okay.
I'd be happy to. My motion was to deny the proposed amendment to the general plan.
That was my second.
So that's the way you voted?
That's the way I voted.
Okay. Okay, item 6B.
So Chairman, just to clarify the record, the vote was 3-2 to deny the request to amend the general plan.
Then- Yeah.
Can you read 6B, please? Huh? Mike's not working? Where's IT at? IT, the mic's not working.
Chairman, if you'd like, I can read 6B into the record.
You gonna read it in?
Yes,
Okay.
Chairman. 6B, Public Works Department Municipal Services Division, hearing to consider adoption of a resolution to get increased tipping fees for disposal
Hey, people back there, would you please be quiet? Thank you.
at the Fairmead Landfill and North Fork Transfer Station by Red Rock Environmental and Amatco Disposal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ahmad Al-Qiyat with Public Works. With me is Mr. Scott Cross with County Council and Mr. Jared Carter with Public Works. We're here again today following our June 26th public hearing and also following our solid waste workshop, which we explained what we are against on this or what we are requesting your direction on for today's public hearing. We already have noticed these tipping fee increases and changes in rates. And just to summarize, staff, we are recommending to increase the municipal solid waste tipping fee to the franchise haulers from $40 per ton to $55. Also, number two, to increase the non-contract self-hauler tipping fee at the North Fork Transfer Station from $67.12 per ton to $105.78 per ton. Also, number three is to increase the non-contract self-hauler tipping fee at the Fairmead landfill from $45.58 to $60 per ton, and also increase the flat rate for loads up to 500 pounds from $15 to $20 at the Fairmead landfill and the Norfolk transfer station, and increase the flat rate for 3-can service from $5 to $10 at both facilities as well. And also, just a reminder on the board letter, the resolution is correct, but we are changing a couple dates on the board letter from July 1st to October 1st. If your board chooses to pass this resolution, then the franchise haulers, Amatco and Red Rock, we will implement the new rates, and we will implement the new rates at both facilities on October 1st. So they would get a proper notification. And with that, we'll take your questions.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I just want to point out, I really appreciated the chart that shows the rates as they have been since 2011 up to present. And is that included in the packet? I don't know if the public saw that.
No, Supervisor, they're not.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see it in there, and that's why.
We are working with our public information officers
To get that
to
out.
post those on our website and social media. It's just to give you an idea for you of really the evolution of the rate in Madera County, just us, and then also to compare us to our other jurisdictions.
Right, and I wanted to highlight some of that. Originally in 2011, the rates were around 23.
If you pick a zone, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll just read it off. If we look at the average residential rate at that point, between 23 and 24.97, and in 2011. In 2012, we dropped that rate to 15.41, and it dropped even further in 2013 to 14.79, if you're in Zone 1. Then it increased, I believe, due to a CPI rate increase, and to 15.07, 2013. In 2014, I'm sorry. And 2015, no, I'm sorry, that was 2013.
Yes, twice in 2013.
Yeah,
so, right.
2015, it increased to 18.97, and because of an increase in the service that was actually being rendered.
Correct. We added recycling and carts.
And I'd like to add, as we go through this, that this was not, there was no profit passed on through this. These were CPI rate increases. This was not money in the pocket of the service provider. Then we go on to 2017 and an increase to 21-17. We're still in 2017 not up to where we were previously. And in the second increase in 2017, 2272, kept us still below the original rates in most cases and almost at parity in other cases to the previous rates in different zones. And this rate increase would bring us beyond, just a little bit beyond where we were in 2011. So I wanted to point out that for 7 years, we have kept the rates down for the ratepayer. And that is a very important key figure. Nothing that we do is going to stay the same as far as costs. We're having a cost increase in almost everything. And so we've done our best to keep the costs down in this area, and I think we're going to continue to do that. This rate increase is warranted, and it's necessary. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members? So when you said that a while ago, that all these increases were just cost of living increases?
Mr. Chairman, some of them are cost of living increases. Others are financial needs for the 5-year planning, just like why we are here today.
Right.
Right.
So our plan moving forward is in every May of every year, we will come to your board with an updated workshop for our solid waste program, which by that time we will know what are the consumer price index and fuel indices to increase, so we will know exactly what the price would be or the rate would be up or down moving to the consumer by July 1st of that year. So in every May, we will come up and give you an update of everything, our financial plan, our CPI and fuel index, and then what to look for on July 1st.
So once a year versus twice a year, I already did. Oh, I already did.
Correct. And our goal is to expect a July 1st rate adjustment. Let me put it this way.
Yeah, and again, that was not a profit motivation for those increases. There was no profit passed on to the vendor. Simply, these were landfill pass-throughs that were required for the liners, the operations, the gas mitigation, all migrating gas mitigation, et cetera. So I just want to make that clear.
It's an obligation on their contract.
And we picked up a second liner.
Yes, sir.
Right, that wasn't in the rolling 5 years before, which created a large cost, but because it wasn't ready to go yet, right?
Correct. That, and also if you look at our financial model, we always, now our plan is to keep a reserve fund as well, because you know how dynamic the landfill and the solid waste business is. We would like to keep a cushion of $1.5 million in the books where emergency happens. You know, remember, this is a highly volatile organism. Anything could happen, whether it's landfill gas or subsidence or a storm, you know. Then instead of us coming to the taxpayers for more money, the money is already there. We can, you know, I think this is a very responsible thing to do, which was never in our model before.
Responsibility wasn't built in?
Yes.
Did any of you get any calls when they raised it up a couple of months ago?
Not a one.
You're lucky. I got not only calls, I got stopped them and Rayleigh's twice yelling at me about how it went up. But
There was some chatter on Facebook.
Huh?
There was some chatter on Facebook.
Yeah, there are a lot of chatter on Facebook too. I mean, I'm just talking about personal ones that got a hold of me. it's just, we just did that a couple quarters ago, quarter and a half, raised the fees, the cost of living.
June of last year.
No, we
June
just
of
did it this year.
Oh, July, what we did is the contractual obligation
Right.
that
It does
Red
it every
Rock
year.
can. Every July 1st, we do the rate for the franchise. This
I
is a
think
tipping.
by raising it this much all at once is crazy. I think we should maybe do half of it now and then half in another 6 months or something, but and maybe that's worse. I don't know what the worst thing is, but all I know is it's getting way too high, and we're filling our dump up. You talked about a liner. We're filling our dump with Madera City, Chowchilla City, the jails, Fresno City, is filling our dump up, and we are, all this raises are on the backs of our citizens in Madera County. I don't care how you do it. I know you guys tried to explain it to me last night of how this comes in, but still, all I can say is that that closes our dump up earlier for our people. And you know, we as unincorporated people, we're paying for these cities getting their garbage half the price, $20, $22 they only pay. And we're paying those fees. It's ridiculous.
So,
Fraser?
yeah, so kind of like with the, I don't know, to piggyback on Tom's, like we were talking about the impact fees earlier, and we didn't get into the mess overnight. We're not going to get out of it overnight. I think if we broke it up to every 6 months, it would just look like we were continuing to chip away, kind of the way we just did the CPI, now this. And so if we were going to do that and split it out to get up to parity, you know, half now and then again next year get to the full amount, and then put and have CPIs on it now. So it's split up, and we don't take it all as one big chunk right off the bat. Does that work, or do we have to then add more to next year to make up for part of what we missed this year?
Yes, of course, we will go with whatever your direction is, but just from a public perspective, the more we keep increasing, you know, the more negative it affects us. But even if, just to put things in perspective, this increase today will only affect each solid waste subscriber $1.54 in average a month. So if your bill is $24.27, if you live in Zone 1, Red Rock, you will be at $26.16 a month. So with all these, but yet we can capture these revenues to be able to fulfill our obligation providing these services and also be on a regulatory compliant landfill. And, you know, the landfill, of course, a franchise is just one mechanism of running a landfill, is the franchise through the ratepayers and these pass-throughs. So it's a good, healthy thing for us. Outside contractors, again, these are contracts that are all up for negotiation as we speak, and we will go into it. But absent the tonnage into the landfill, we may be unable to run a functioning landfill.
And so I guess what I'm saying, if we're increasing it by, and now everyone on average pays an extra 77 cents in this 1 year, and then next year, you know, maybe it takes another year to 18 months to get to that $1.5 million in reserve, plus all the things that we wanted to get. Is it doable? I mean, it's still increasing the amount of revenue that's coming in and covering our costs, but maybe not creating the back end. And we just hope for the next year that there's no emergency during that time, and then we get to where we're supposed to be at next year.
Well, Supervisor, again, everything is possible, and really, it's no problem. What there's like I read, there's 5 recommendations. What I'm hearing is the only thing that will affect the ratepayers are, number one, which is increasing the fair meat from franchise from 40 to 55. Maybe we can pick a lower number that will affect a lower rate.
Goes to
And also the
47.50.
North Fork transfer station from 67 to 105. Maybe you would like to suggest or recommend.
67 to 105, and they're worried about it, he's talking about $1 something for zone 1. Why don't you use zone 3? How much is that?
Well, how long-
$32.95.
Zone 3 for Red Rock, currently it's at $32.29 a month.
$32.95 by the paper you gave me.
It will, come back again, sir? What was it?
I'm just going by the paper you gave me, $32.95.
Sure. It's 32. Okay, either or, I apologize if it's a typo. I'm not sure which one is the correct one. If it's the if it's 32.95, then it will be 34.80 in the neighborhood of that. If we go from 40 to 55 in zone 3.
Yeah, Supervisor Portress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have a question about what the increase would be on a monthly basis, and I got my answer, $1.54.
On average.
So, splitting it down the middle, if we did it in this year, it would be $86 in the North Fork this year, $105 next year, and then $47.50 this year at Fairmead, and $55 to next year. Does that?
Would it be the wish of the board to split it half now and half?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it would be 86, and then next year 105, and then this year 47.50, next year 55 for Fairmead. That would be
Rather
split.
next year or 6 months from now?
I would say next year.
So next July,
Because
next July
we'll just
1st?
keep chipping, and it'll just feel like, July 1st, so just under a year. But if we just keep on picking away, it's going to seem like death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. The only thing that this may affect our financial outlook or our plan is the $40 to $55 at Fairmead is going to, which will affect the increase, the $1.54 in average. That's the only item that will affect the ratepayers. The North Fork transfer station, we're going from 65 to 105 just to capture what the county subsidizes, the operation of North Fork, which will add $164,000 back into the enterprise fund, which makes it even. But the 40 to 55 is the only thing that affects the rate. So the lower you choose with that, the less money and the longer it will move our capital.
So keep that at 55 and do 86 at North
Or as
Fork?
close to 55. That's the staff recommendation, as close to
And that's
55.
I mean, it's a big jump, but keep that to go to 55 and then at 86 at the North Fork Transfer Station for this year, and then get to 105, and then the CPIs after that. I think it'd be more palatable, especially to have two numbers, not three.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, the one thing I have a little trepidation over is the tipping point, not the tipping fee.
Yeah.
The tipping point. And
Yes, sir.
the tipping point would be, at what point with a non-mandatory collection do people say, I can't afford that?
Yeah.
And then you have a real mess. You have a serious situation. So the tipping point is more of a concern to me in that regard. So we just need to keep an eye on that in regards to, and I think with an eye that somehow we need to move this county toward a mandatory collection or partial mandatory somehow. That just needs to happen, especially on the valley floor. I am so tired of seeing people have pulled up in a truck and dumped their load on a farmer's piece of ground, and they have to clean it up. It happens regularly. It is a regular occurrence, and that's just uncalled for. I mean, that just dirties up the whole county. It's just a problem. And, at what point does it become a health and safety issue for the county as well? So I really think we need to address that eventually. But I agree with what Supervisor Frazier was saying about parsing that out on the higher end.
That was a motion.
Make a motion?
I do.
I will second that.
Make it so we hear it and understand it.
I make a motion that we raise the tipping fees to contract haulers at Fairmead from 40 to 55, and we raise with the CPI index each year, and then on the North Fork Transfer Station, right now move it to 86, and July 1st move it to 105 with the CPI index.
I'll second the motion.
And item 3, 4, 5 are go.
Any questions from the board members? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yay.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 vote.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we did 7B, 7C.
Quarterly
Can we
update
take another 30-minute? Just kidding.
Quarterly update presentation regarding the Mission 2023 strategic, thank you, priorities for the Board of Supervisors.
Sarah, I think we might need your help to get the presentation up.
That ringing drives me crazy.
I know, me too.
Feedback. Do we have an equalizer they can adjust out that tone?
Can't get that ringing out of there? Huh. It's ugly.
It's a problem with having speakers in front of a microphone. It's just the way it is.
We've never had it happen before.
Yeah, you have to adjust the tones out through an equalizer, and I don't know that we have one.
Then- Okay, ready?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Adrienne Caleb reporting this afternoon on behalf of County Administration and also on behalf of the Public Information Team. The County Administrative Officer had requested the Public Information Team to take the lead on developing the county's strategic plan. And this year, in April of 2018, the board had determined what were some strategic priorities for our organization. And what we did was we took those strategic priorities and we put them within a framework. And the core group, which is the Public Information Team and a number of team leads, came up with the title of Mission 2023. It's a 5-year strategic plan, and I want to share with you that the presentation this afternoon is going to consist of Melissa De Silva. She'll be going into some details about each strategic priority, and then I will go into some very limited detail about the employee satisfaction survey that county employees just recently completed. So with Mission 2023, I wanted to share that when we began this work, we actually had to keep in mind what the mission, vision, and values were of our agency. And all of the work that we have undertaken thus far has taken this into consideration. We have handled every task thus far with this in mind, down to the employee satisfaction survey, and I will share that with you momentarily. I wanted to go to the next slide. I wanted to present, this is a draft of the logo that was developed internally. We had some in-house talent that is a part of our public information team, and the individuals helped put together this particular logo. It's not completed yet. We wanted to give you, this is part of our, this is our quarterly update, and so we wanted to present this logo to the board and to the public as a part of this update. And what you'll see in this logo and what makes it so special is that we have the community and the employees are the center of this logo as well as our strategic plan. On the inner circle there where you have, it's a dark circle with the gold lettering, those are all of our primary strategic goals and priorities. And when we move forward with this, you'll see through the presentation that Melissa is going to give momentarily that it was agreed upon that this is truly, number one, it is going to be a team effort, the community and the employees to service our constituency to the best of our ability. And we chose the compass because it's truly a navigation, and this will never end. We will constantly be in a state from this point on with our 5-year strategic plan on making sure that we are performing our duties to the best of our ability and serving the public. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Melissa now. She's going to go over the timeline, and we'll briefly discuss the strategic priorities and the strategic plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. So we came up with a timeline. As you know, at the workshop in April, we gathered and did some strategic focal areas. You remember all the boards around the room and so forth. We developed team captains that were named for each of our focus areas, and working groups have begun to collaborate on objectives, tasks, and measures to integrate into an overall strategic plan. Based on input from each of the focal area team captains, the public information team is in the process of developing a working document of the strategic plan for direction from your board. Once conceptually approved by the board, the plan will be to finalize and implement and begin our mission of 2023. So our strategic focal areas are following. Community at the top of the list. We want to make sure that community is our main focus. We have the employees here in our county that are extremely important. We have 2 subcommittees under employees, one for employee engagement and one for wellness. We have governmental relations that kind of moved forward from last year's strategic areas, health that also moved forward. We have infrastructure, marketing and the public information team, public safety, and technology. With each of these focal areas, we have come up with some desired results of what we want the outcome of this 5-year plan to present. So for community, we want a prestigious place to live, learn, work, and play. For our employee engagement, improve employee satisfaction and performance to be the best place to work. And place, if you remember, is part of our mission, vision, and values. A place called home, professionalism, loyalty, accountability, compassion, and excellence. Wellness, promote wellness in an effort to enhance the health and well-being of our employees. Because we all know if we are feeling good and are actively involved in our workplace, then we create better and more productive things. Governmental relations, to provide seamless and collaborative services throughout Madera County. Again, this was brought forward from last year's strategic priorities with our governmental coalition with the cities of Madera and Chowchilla, and to further step out of that and to possibly include some school districts and maybe the Farm Bureau, so forth. So we're moving forward with that as well. Health, to promote sustainable quality of life for all Madera County residents. And I know Sarah at Public Health is very passionate about that, and we're moving forward with that. Infrastructure. We all know that we have a lot of infrastructure going on in Madera County, and we want to make sure that that we have residential and industrial diversification with smart community growth and a small town feel for a thriving community. Our marketing and public information team to market and tell our Madera County story in an ongoing effort to improve the county image and create, again, following our mission, a culture of excellence. Public safety to ensure the safety and security of the county is trusted, effective, and efficient. And last but not least is technology, and that's to evolve toward dynamic, flexible, and innovative solutions to support challenging business needs and data security requirements. And as your board knows, that's an ongoing effort with technology. So in each of the focal areas, it was determined that a key element in the whole development and implementation of our strategic plan was to gauge our employees, to learn about their needs. So the employee focus area group immediately set out to develop and implement an employee satisfaction survey. And the survey was deployed in July, and Adrian's going to go through some of the results of the survey. So before I go through the results, I do want to make a public thanks to all the employees who entrusted us to participate in this survey. I'm very proud to report to the board that over 600 of our employees completed the survey. Wow. The survey was confidential, and the survey results will be utilized to address opportunities for improvement. And before we deployed the survey, that was one of the major issues that kept, it was a recurring theme. Are our responses going to be confidential? And the response
Can we turn down the, whatever that
or I can push this
feedback
away
is?
a little bit?
Is it that?
It's
Is that?
driving me crazy.
Sorry. Maybe if I...
It's not you.
Oh, sorry.
Still doing it.
It's the system.
Get worse.
Better, much better. Oh, there.
Yeah. That's better.
If you have an equalizer, you can pull that right out.
And that was the one thing that that the group who came together to put together the survey, to deploy the survey.
That's not the problem.
Was to make sure that the responses remained confidential. And what Melissa did was she actually gathered the top 5 most positive responses, and then the top 5 areas where we can see some improvements. So what are we doing well? This slide shows I know what is expected of me at work. We had a huge response of the employees. It's a hair over 75 or 77% had shared that they know what's expected of me at work, of themselves at work, and that's key. So that means that we have employees that are coming to work, they know what they're tasked with, and they're performing the duties of their job. The next is I know how my work relates to the agency's goals and priorities. This is key because what this shows is that this shows that the employees, they actually, they know what the goals are of the departments, their supervisors, their managers, and it's also reflective of the department heads and department management, is that if those individuals were not infiltrating down to their employees what some of the goals and expectations are of the organization, the employees would not have answered this in such a positive manner. And for this particular slide, we had, it was 81% that had responded, either strongly agree or agree. And that's what we're looking at when we're looking at the positive responses, is do you strongly agree and agree. The next one, this is key as well. This really shows that we have a number of supervisors in our organizations that treat their employees with respect. So my supervisor treats me with respect. This is 76.6% of the respondents strongly agreed, and the green bar is higher than the blue bar, which means more strongly agreed.
Our employees must all live in District 1.
Considering everything, I'm satisfied with my job. This was also positive. It was hair over 60% of the respondents said that they are satisfied with their job. The next.
That's really a high figure, in fact.
It is.
I use my health insurance for prevention, including health screening, annual health care visits, and/or counseling services. So you have 73, over 73% either strongly agree or agree. And this, I will say that I believe that this goes to the strength of the health plans that we contract with through CalPERS. They are very robust plans. They offer great services. And when you have someone who is ill, chronically ill or acutely ill, our plans really do cover their needs.
Good.
Top 5 opportunities for improvement. I have sufficient resources, for example, people, materials, budget to get my job done. This is an area of improvement, but we also know this is an area of improvement that sometimes will take time. As the fiscal health of the organization improves, this number will improve as well. However, the numbers aren't too bad. We have more up on the top, which are the green, blue, and yellow bars, or gold color bars. So this is an area of improvement for the future. The next, creativity and innovation are rewarded. This is another area of improvement and things that managers can look towards to improve. And as we set up and finalize and implement our strategic plan, this will be something that the public information team and the core team that is helping putting together the strategic plan can reach out to the department heads and try to come up with ways to accomplish this and to innovate, or excuse me, to reward creativity and innovation. And I think that that is very important. It's going to be incredibly important as the demographic of our workforce changes. In my organization, senior leaders generate high levels of motivation and commitment in the workforce. Not bad numbers, but also possible area of improvement in the future. And I think that, again, more on the green, blue, and the gold color. And I think that when you look at this can be a combination of things, but I do know that we have department heads who are incredibly busy, and there are times where we all get caught up in our day-to-day work, and maybe this is an area that's sometimes overlooked, but we can improve this as well. Managers promote communication among different work units, for example, about projects, goals, needed resources, and et cetera. Another area of opportunity, but again, not bad numbers. And this is, again, something that we can improve over time. I'm satisfied with the recognition I receive for doing a good job. This goes, again, to one of the previous slides about rewarding creativity and innovation, another area of improvement, and we will work with departments on that. Our workforce, this is a slide that just gives a snapshot of the demographics of those who participated. The majority of those who participated in the survey are Generation Xers. This is not inconsistent with the current demographic of our county employees. The majority of the employees are within this generation. However, you see Generation Y is coming right behind Generation X. And that's some of our younger employees and a number of the employees that in the future we're going to be looking for to carry on the work that we've started with the strategic plan going into the future. The next steps. We're going to disseminate the results of the full employee satisfaction survey to all county employees after today's meeting. There were a number of questions and responses. We just took, for the sake of brevity, we just highlighted the top 10 on each side of the spectrum, but we will send that out to all county employees. In coming weeks, we're going to provide department heads with a general overview of some of the compliments and concerns that were expressed by the employees. And I really want to stress here, the actual comments that came through the survey are not going to be disseminated publicly, and the actual exact comments from employees will not be shared with department heads. It will be a summary and an overview. We're still in the process of determining who will be a part of that committee to meet with those department heads to give them some information. But this information, some positive and quite honestly, some negative. We had some negative comments, majority positive. We had a number of employees who had a lot of really good things to say about our county. But we also had some employees who expressed the need for improvement in certain areas. And that's definitely something that we want to pass on to those department heads so they can help improve our organization. So over the course of the next 2 months, the focus area working groups that Melissa talked about earlier will continue to map out their respective action plans to move towards finalizing and implementing Mission 2023. And the next quarterly report will provide the board with a detailed map of 2023. By that time, we should have our logo finalized, and we should also have the format in which our strategic plan will be presented to the board. And we're looking at some pretty dynamic and colorful and creative options for not only the board, members of the public, and the employees. And I wanted to share that one of the things that we really would like to do for the public is once the strategic plan is finalized, we want to put it on our website. But instead of just putting a PDF on the website and having the public or employees who want to reference the documents, instead of them scrolling down a PDF, we want to do an interactive type of design. So you go to a page and you see a strategic priority. And when you click on that strategic priority, the actual tasks and the results will come up on the website. And we'll be working with IT. But we want to do something really nice because I think that sometimes PDF documents, especially if they're 15 pages long, can be intimidating, and sometimes people aren't as inclined to read them. And this is something we want people to read. We want them to be engaged. So I'm open for any questions. Melissa's open for any questions, but that's our brief presentation.
Supervisor Frazier.
First of all, I think thank you for doing this. I think it was pretty awesome. And how much again did it cost to do the survey? Nothing. That was amazing, right? I think that should be stated. I think everyone should know that. Yeah, some time and effort, but I think that it is well-used time and effort to understand where we're at. And I use surveys at Pop Murphy's all the time to try and get feedback, and you usually learn more from the negative than from the positive. And so thank you for looking through that and finding, even though a lot of it was still positive where we were at, but we have to identify those areas that we need to get better, and especially when you have ones that are highly skewed at the agree and strongly agree. Anytime we see more down at the bottom, that is definitely an area for improvement. And now I think it's important for all of us as an organization to take that feedback and actually actively try and make changes that we need to help so the employees see that we do care, and it wasn't just an exercise in futility, or else we'll get one survey next year and the comments probably won't be nice. But one of the things that, or a couple things that stuck out, I really like prestigious place to live, work, and play. I love that word, prestigious. I thought it was awesome.
He's talking to his bookie.
But one of the things in the item under infrastructure, it was talking about the industrial and residential and having all that. I thought that when I first saw the compass, I saw infrastructure, and I hadn't seen water. I was like, oh wait, water infrastructure is an important place to put in there. So just having a tie-in to water under infrastructure, I think is important, so that we keep a focus on that. And then just I love the compass. I thought, especially if we're trying to get where we want to go, thought it was everything was great in there, and I'm sure there's a reason. But I mean, we had all the different degrees that you could go north, west, south, and I think it could simplify by taking out some of those individual lines. I thought it just got a little muddied. Yeah, I was a little too busy with that. Other than that, I just really applaud how fast your group took this on and really ran with it and put it as a priority.
Supervisor Poitras.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. First of all, I saw in the different categories, baby boomers and so forth, there were 2 people who were born before the baby boomers. Do you know who those 2 people are?
Right here, Max around. Already figured that one out.
I noticed there were 2, you know, so, but, you know, there was one question that talked about, something about senior leadership, and, you know, there was some room for improvement there, and I don't quite remember the question, but would you consider the Board of Supervisors to be included within that group on senior leadership? You know, this is an awkward question, I know, but, you know, feel free, you know, just say it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean.
What did you do? What did you say? Yes.
We were born.
So I guess that, you know, for us too, I mean, we need to think about ourselves and, you know, again, being included in that senior leadership in terms of improving and being able to move forward that way, make improvements. So thank you. Then the third thing is, you know, this is our strategic plan, and really, this really not going to get rolled out to almost 2019, and then that's 4 years. Would you have seen this as being more helpful as having a longer vision rather than, say, a 4 to 5 year vision? Maybe something that was further out there, and maybe some steps to get to, say, a 10-year thing. Is 4? I mean, 4 years you can kind of see it out there already, but.
Exactly. And I can turn this over to Melissa if she wants to share it, but from my perspective, no. I think that this time frame is a good time frame. I actually believe that anything longer than that we could see some of our initiatives almost outdated because the world is changing. Technology is changing. Our social landscape is changing. So I think this is a good time. Did you want to? Sure.
I guess I was looking at it more from what do we want to look like, you know, in a long term in terms of development and environment and open space and growth and things of that sort, things that actually transcend technology and how quickly things change. Because I guess I look at, you know, development. Once development happens, then it's there, and you're not going to roll it back. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but, you know, are we missing out on more of that long-term type of thing as far as the future of our county?
So I think in my observation, most strategic plans are 3 to 5 years. There are some long-term, you know, 10-year, 15, 20 years. And this is a working document. So just so you know, as we move forward with tasks and measures in our initiatives, once some of those are completed, it doesn't mean that we can't add new ones as we move forward. And so that, you know, when we roll out our next plan for the next 5 years or whatever the case may be, then we're already in a position to look ahead. I think that our consultant, Angela Antonori, was in favor of a 3 to 5 year plan. If we could certainly look at that if you feel that we need to have it larger than that. But we have some very, very aggressive initiatives and tasks associated within this 5 year period. And I think everybody is ready to roll with them once we have approval from your board. I think you'll be extremely pleased with what we're going to accomplish in the next 5 years.
Yeah, and I think it's great. I guess it's more of an editorial comment from me as far as, you know, it's nice. And I think we did that last year. You know, we had those objectives and, man, we knocked them out. And I think that it's important to have those things as far as building blocks. But in terms of, again, what we want to be as a county, you know, it's in terms, again, as far as policy for what do we want to have as far as agriculture, what do we want to have as far as open space, what do we want to do as far as development. I mean, we talk about, you know, the H train and all these things in the San Joaquin and all these developments happening and so forth. But again, sometimes we can grow ourselves to a point of, wait a minute, what did we do? And is this really what we want?
And Supervisor Poitras, I think that part of your question and your inquiry will be answered when we bring back the actual framework for the infrastructure piece that shows each of the priorities and the objectives and the tasks associated with that particular area. We did not do that today because we're actually not quite done yet, but it's anticipated that within the next 2 months, we will bring something back to you, and I believe that your questions will be answered when you see what, and actually it's Jamie Bax from planning that's spearheading that, and I think that you'll see some results there.
Very good, thank you.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes, goal setting is a fascinating thing because what you plan, you can achieve, and a failure to plan is a plan to fail. And, you know, I agree to an extent with what Supervisor Poitras said. In goal setting, you have different levels of goals that you set, and your 5-year goals, you always put your objectives and your ability to accomplish those, and you measure them. Your 3 to 5 year goals, those are always done. There are always 30,000 foot goals that you establish further out, and that helps you to see where you're going in a sense. I know that in my personal goal setting, I'll always do a 5, 10, and 20-year plan, and it's really strange how, even though I don't necessarily consult those often, I'll redo them occasionally, especially every 3 to 5 years. I'll go back and look at those and realize, man, I've accomplished all of that, or, you know, I'm really close to accomplishing all of that. And it's an extraordinary thing how what we dream, we plan, we can achieve. Another thing I wanted to point out too is the success of this survey. Absolutely fantastic. Some people might look at it and say, well, some of it wasn't so good. But the success of it is this, and that is you very rarely get a 50% participation on anything like that. And that is a fantastic, very statistically significant sample. In fact, it's almost a perfect sample of any organization, and especially since it ranged through the spectrum of age, and I thought that was very good too, to know where they're coming from, and for those millennials that are out there in Gen Y, a really good question would be, what would you suggest would work to aid us in getting down the line is something, a narrative type question. I know that would be something we can do in the future to improve the survey. But it was really well done, and I cannot argue with those results. Are great. I mean, gives us a target to improve. We can always improve. I think the organization looks strong and healthy, and that's a good indicator. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that. What's good about it, and by our workshop next year, we'll have something to really build from too. The compass, like Brett said, is really neat, but the gold writing, whether we eliminate those words or not, they're just too small. I'd like to see them a little bit bigger so you can read them better. And on that first set of questions where there was 5 or 6 no's at the bottom all the way, was that the same 5 or 6 on every one of them, or was that 5 or 6 different people all the way through?
Are you talking about
The first set of questions, it was about 5 sets, and there was just 5 or 6.
We wouldn't know.
Well, if you have that.
We don't disseminate
No,
between.
Yeah, it just kind of builds it all into one lumping. It doesn't say if it's coming from the same person.
That would be interesting.
That would be
to
very
know.
interesting, yeah.
You might come to that
I know a
conclusion.
couple of people that would probably do that, so that's the reason how you say that.
We would have no way of knowing. It was completely confidential. So.
I mean,
Well, that's-
no, I mean, it's confidential. I
Yeah.
agree with that. But we don't know who it is, don't even care who it is.
Right.
But if they answered those 5 questions, and every one of them is at the bottom, they're not a very good employee. They're not.
Well, statistically,
But
you would
if it's-
discount that
But
anyway.
if there's 5 or 6, only once out of those 5 questions said no, or said that, put a 5, put that down to bottom, that's different, and we got more people, but if it's just those 5 or 6. And Rob, that 5 or 6, 4, 3, 5, 6 year plan, you're going someplace else, man. Jeez, you worry about whether we do it 1 year or 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay, Frazier.
Yeah, to comment with Supervisor Poitras, I think you're absolutely right. We need to have that long-term, I think that would be the vision plan, right? To have a long-term set of goals, and I think, and this is being called Mission 2023, I think the mission is how do we get to the vision, right? So through that 2010, 20-year process, whatever that long-term vision of, because you're right, if we don't control or understand where we're going and we're just kind of all over the place, saying yes to this, and we're not going to get to where we want to be as a community, what it ultimately wants to look like, and it won't be prestigious, it'll be piecemeal. Like a couple items
Very
ago.
good. Alliteration there.
Huh?
Next year is our workshop.
Right, so
that's when you
create that vision,
keep growing.
and then we have the mission, we have the strategic plan of how we get to there. And so I don't think you can have one without the other. I think they're because if you just had a vision for 20 years with no roadmap to get there, then you never get there. And if you have just a
Vision
mission
is on the
and
shelf
you don't
up
know
there.
where you're going, you'll get somewhere, you just don't know where it is, right? So I think to continue working with this, we have to have both elements in place so that we know where we're going and then we know how we get there, so.
Any other? Well said. Oh, you had, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a statement, which is a statement of thanks. As we close this item out, I do want to thank the entire PIT team, the Public Information Team, and I want to thank all of the team leads for each of the strategic priority areas. And I want to give a special thank you to 2 people, to Melissa De Silva, because she had some specific experience that really helped all of us kind of get focused and organized on putting this strategic plan together. We wouldn't have been able to do it without her. And I also want to thank Letty Gonzalez. She's very creative, and she's also helped us putting the logo together and doing a number of things with her creative eye. So I have to publicly thank those 2 people because they put a lot of time into this. So thank you.
And like you said earlier, really thank the 600-plus employees that took the time to do this. That is so important for them and us. And is there any public comment on this? All our employees come running up here and say something. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 7D, like a dog. Uh-oh, here comes the crew.
Fossil Discovery Center. Discussion and consideration of approval of transfer of appropriations number 18-008 in the amount of $49,862.92. Transfer from, help me out, Maria.
Prove contingency appropriations for contingency to operating transfers out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
For fiscal year 2018-19, 4 votes required. Discussion and consideration of approval of receipt of unanticipated revenue 18-009 in the amount of $49,862.92, derived from the Fossil Discovery Center operating transfers and to buildings and improvement for fiscal year 2018-2019. Discussion and direction to staff regarding reconfiguration of the fire suppression water storage system at the Fossil Discovery Center. Discussion and consideration of approval of transfer of appropriations number 18-011 in the amount of $13,275, transfer from what was that again?
Prove contingency.
Prove contingency, appropriations for contingency to operating transfers out capital project for fiscal year 2018-2019. 4 votes required. Discussion and consideration of approval of receipt of unanticipated revenue 18-012 in the amount of $13,275 derived from Fossil Discovery Center operating transfers into buildings and improvements for fiscal year 2018-2019. 4 votes required.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Any public comment? All I can say is this thing's cost us a lot of money when it was supposed to not be self-sufficient when we built it. There's only 3 of us on here that was back there when we had to take a couple $100,000 out of our general fund to save it, so, and it was gonna be paid back, and I don't think they paid a penny back, and now we're gonna put another 60, almost 50, almost 60,000 bucks in there again, so it's just, I don't know what they're doing with the money that they're making, but something ain't working right, so, roll call?
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
No.
Motion passes 4-1 vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go back into closed session, or do you want to finish this other stuff first?
Yeah, let's go through pending legislation.
Pending legislation, any pending legislation? Oh, and on top of that, the water tank, with that water pond that we had was supposed to be in the water tank, so we didn't have to put a water tank in there also. So that's another thing somebody stuck it to the public with. No pending legislation. Supervisor report. Poitras.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had an opportunity to represent our county yesterday at the water rally on the north steps of our state capitol. There were probably 800 to 1,000 people there, a lot of FFA people, primarily Merced and Stanislaus and San Joaquin Valley residents, but it was great. And they definitely heard our message. I'm not sure what happened today in the board hearings. They continue tomorrow, but it was a great outpouring of support, a lot of unity.
I like the picture of Darren McDaniel behind you.
Who was it?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Darren McDaniel, supervisor from Merced.
Yeah, he was smiling.
Yeah.
Rodriguez. Wheeler, nothing. Roger.
I attended the JPA on Friday.
Nothing. Frazier.
Oh, and RCRC, I'm sorry. I just got back from RCRC too.
No report, Chairman.
Sarah? Okay, we'll go back to closed session.
Oh, there's a couple of them. I was going to wait patiently until I was called. I was going to wait till I was called.
reportable actions out, Ms. County Counsel?
Chairman, there are no reportable actions from closed session.
Okay.
Chairman, nope. It's all right.
You were responding to Jeff this morning about the time I was talking to him.
Oh.
Yeah, he sent you something.